Leone, where's your bait? That's not the kind. Leone, where's your bait?
Sorry, Lorianne. I'm so out of it today. Hold on. It must be prayer garden pissing me off. Last night and being up late, I can't get my shit together this morning. I haven't had my cup of coffee. I'm working here. We're ready for court, though. I hope you're doing well this morning. I guess what I'm going to start out with is just more tragedy pimp shit. I wanted to show something else. For some reason, I'm having a really hard time with YouTube. It won't save my edits. It won't, let me change a mistake if I made one. It's not letting me put my thumbnails in. If I go to hit save, it won't let me save it. I'm going to have to write YouTube or figure out what the hell is going on because it's pissing me off. So I've had a rough morning with this YouTube shit. But all right, let's watch some of this.
That's not the kind of lights we're talking about.
Damn it, I can't find my flashlight. I had him last night. Probably in the back somewhere. Back seat. Crazy. I don't care. I'm going. I went through all kinds of shit on. I don't like being cold. I was dressed cute when I come down here earlier. I couldn't stay that had you. I had to do something. But it was hard.
Your kid went missing. Y'all been looking for it.
You
You'd have flyers up. You'd have candles out every day.
They know what happened to that baby.
You'd be going to church trying to figure out a way.
I sell my whole fucking house and everything I own. For real. Damn. Neighbors are protesting with us tonight. What neighbors? The ones over there started screaming out no justice, no peace on their back porch. Let's go, Quinton! Let's go, Quinton! What? Yeah, let's go, Quinton!
I've decided let's go listen to Prayer Garden instead so everybody can see how much of an idiot she is. Because she's an idiot.
Get paid to give your opinion? Then go to beforthright.com. Sign up and Forthright will...
But, you know, that's...
I want to see...
But then again, my opinion is...
So I want to show you guys Prayer Garden's mindset. She's an idiot. She's a straight idiot. She comes on here. She causes problems. She talks a lot of mad shit, but she's too chicken shit, balk, 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 to show her face. She sits there behind this little church in Christmas time. Like even in the summertime, she never changes this stupid church from 1969 Christmas fucking ornaments, right? I don't listen to her often, always misinformation. Lots of misinformation. She brings the weirdos on. Any of you that follow Danny's case that might happen to be watching me that don't watch Prayer Garden, don't watch her. There's a whole lot of something wrong with that woman. A whole lot of something wrong with that woman. She just makes things up. She hides behind a screen. She has no common sense whatsoever. She brings the strangest, weirdest, dirtiest excuses for humans on her panels to torment families of missing children. If you say one nice thing about something she doesn't agree with, She'll go on to talk shit and try to start a fight. Well, until last night, the bitch ain't never stepped to me. And now she made a mistake. Okay? I'm done with her. She's not going to go threatening Danny and his family. She's not going to cause him any harm. The whole world seen yesterday, and they're going to continue to see today what kind of young man he is. And I'm not going to sit back and allow somebody like Prayer Garden of America, she probably ain't even in America. This bitch is probably the refugee camp. Who the hell knows? Why can't she show her face? There's a whole lot wrong with this woman. A whole lot. She shouldn't be here. And another one that started on fucking Ziggy. And she gonna try to say she had her channel before me and she built me. Huh? I talked to you like the first week of your channel, dude. For real. Haven't spoken to you since. Didn't nobody build shit. But let's listen to this stupid old lady with no teeth for a minute.
I think Danny was a right hand to it all. You know, I think these two did. I think whatever happened to Quinton, Danny knows everything. You know, Danny's trying to save his ass too much. Anytime somebody's trying to save their ass that much, I say they're probably guilty. They're probably guilty of something. And in the hotel room, if you guys seen today, as Danny.
Okay, Prayer Garden, let's start with this. How does Danny try to save his ass too much? What did he do to try to save his ass too much? Because what I see is a commendable young man who has straightened his life out. This woke him up. He has a daughter to raise. He's going to go on to have a beautiful music career. He hasn't been in the limelight. He hasn't been in the public. He hasn't bothered you. He's done nothing to none of you creators. Yet here you are. He's done too much to save his ass. Well, wasn't it just before trial people were complaining because he didn't do enough? He left. He's not talking to the media. He's not on YouTube. Wasn't that the complaint just a week ago? Fuck you. Well, let's go.
And he was on, on trial up there. As a witness, he was there, as a witnessing against, Ailani there at the trial. If you took note, I think he should have been on trial too. Just saying. I think he should have. There's no way in hell you're going to sleep through all of that.
Per Gordon, we don't even know what all of that is. Do you have a cause and manner of death? Did you hear he was drinking and he wasn't sleeping, which I showed you last night? He stated he was not sleeping. He was laying down in bed. But you went over there and told your whole thing, oh, he was sleeping all night. That's not what was stated in court. You don't even know how to listen, but you're going to go out there and you're going to start all these damn rumors, right? I showed you last night what he said when you refused to watch the testimony with me. Which, by the way, I asked nicely. You fucking idiot. But okay. Hold on.
And Leilani said, you were awake. You were awake when I left. You were awake when I came back. You were awake. So, and also he messed up when he said, he almost told her, he almost slipped up and told her, do you think I'm not in the same boat that you are? Right?
Oh my God.
I mean, at the hotel.
He didn't almost slip up and tell her. That's exactly what the fuck he said. Do you think I'm not in the same he said that. He didn't slip up. There was no slip up. He said it. He said, I'm in the same position you are. As far as Quinton being missing. Per Garden, what is your problem with somebody working with the FBI to find a missing child? I thought you were here to find Summer. How are you going to find Summer if you don't have LE doing their fucking job, you fucking idiot? You ain't even there. Why don't you go to fucking speech and language class and learn how to fucking talk? begging suit. Yeah, begging suit, where you're begging. That's where you started. You have your cash apps, all that shit up all the time. Please donate the Prayer Gardens channel to keep my channel up. I can't talk about summer. You know what, bitch? I paid $44 for my StreamYard today. Restream is like $19. Okay? You can do it for free through YouTube. They have a live thing where you can come on for 1 hour and you don't have to pay a damn thing to run your channel. You do nothing special. You don't make videos. There is no way. Please, everybody know that Prayer Garden is not paying anything but StreamYard for her channel. Nothing. There's nothing else that witch is paying for her channel. She does not need money to keep Summer's channel going, which, by the way, it is not Summer's channel. She didn't even talk about Summer last night. If it was Summer's channel, she would talk only mainly about Summer, right? Okay. Let's listen.
When he was supposed to be helping out Ali, you know, he knew he caught himself. He caught himself and, you know, diverted from it. But I'm going to tell you, I think them two kind of did what they done together, if you ask me.
The Chrome extension everyone will be using in 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension.
Nobody asked you. You're sitting there saying, if you asked me, nobody asked you. Nobody wants your fucking opinion. Nobody cares. Nobody asked you. You are nobody to any of these cases, just like I'm nobody to any of these cases. You are complete, straight jack, nobody. Do you understand that? Nobody asked you a damn fucking thing. So don't go on and say, if you ask me, because nobody asked you.
She might, Ronald, she may. I don't know.
She's in trial. She didn't take a plea. She's not pleading insanity. She pleaded not guilty. The trial's going on now. That's another idiotic statement. Come on, let's go.
I don't know. She might. But I'm thinking, see, you have to prove it without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt that she was the one who struck the blows that actually.
We don't even know that it was blows. How dare you, you fucking sick bitch. Okay? And they're proving that now. They're sitting in a courtroom proving without a shadow of a doubt that it was Leilani. But here you're going to sit here and act like trial ain't even going on, right? Because we're supposed to ask you. You have all the fucking answers.
Actually, you know, or did whatever it took to unlive this baby. And I don't think we know. We can't say, yes, she did, because we don't know. I mean, there's 2 other people in the house. There's 2 other people in the house. And, you know, so we don't know who did what, to be honest. We don't know who did what. So, you know, we can say, you know, we pretty much know that she was the one that went to the dumpster, right? We know because they have surveillance and all of that. But who initially did what to cause the unliving? I don't think.
Her garden. They're in the hotel room. Leilani doesn't know she's being recorded, right? That was your big thing. Don't you think Danny would not have asked her what happened to Quinton? Where's Quinton? He would have then said, shh, don't tell the police that I was involved. How are we going to cover this up? If he didn't know he was being recorded, if she didn't know she was being recorded, don't you think that would have been the conversation instead of, Leilani, you lied to me about the Orajel. There was Orajel in there. That's what was being said. If she didn't know she was being recorded, she would say something to Danny like, why did you do this, right? Look at what we're facing. So right there is proof you are a whole ass fucking idiot. Idiot, 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 idiot. You are an idiot. I'm going to find more words for it. I'm going to find a picture for it. We're going to change your profile picture. We're going to give you a face, okay? Because now you're up there with Cher after your little fucking display last night. I promise you, you're on my radar. Last night I said after Quinton's case I may leave YouTube. Nah, I'm not going nowhere. I told you all I'd be here till the end of summer. Hold on. Till the end of summer's case. And I promise you that now I'm after Prayer Garden just as much as I was after Cher when it comes to this case. Because this witch just likes to cause problems, make shit up, and she has a group of retarded ass followers, and I don't like that word, but I'm going to say it because that's what the fuck they are. That believe her and believe the fucking bullshit that she makes up. You're all fucking whack jobs. So please stop. Phoebe, don't ever come back into my fucking chat. I promise you, you will be blocked. Same with you, Stephanie. And anybody else who was in that chat talking shit on me. And I will read it later.
They got enough evidence to convict her, to be honest. It could have been anyone in that house that night. I mean, it could have been her brother. It could have been Danny. It could have been her. We don't know. I mean, it would be speculation. It would be, to say she did it.
They're in court right now proving that she did it. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on. Let me do something here. You know what? Let me get rid of this because I don't feel like scrolling. Let me go back to this. Share this tab. The last two charges that Leilani has. The last two charges on the indictment. Let me read them. You fucking idiot. Did you fucking read them, you fucking idiot? Huh? Prayer Garden, you idiot? Did you read them? And the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and behalf of the citizens of the United States of Georgia, and let me tell you, the grand jury met for this, okay, you fucking idiot? Further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of making a false statement for that. The said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham and state of Georgia on or about the 31st day of October 2022 did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Marion Lemons of the Chatham County Police Department and Savannah Solomon and Bradford Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which Prayer Garden said don't work with, right? Law enforcement officers engaged in the lawful discharge of their official duties investigating the disappearance of Quinton Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of Chatham County Police Department, a department of the government of this county, to investigate by falsely, do you hear this? Falsely stating that it was not the accused, but rather Daniel Youngkin, who had traveled away from the home in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2022. Now, Prayer Garden just said, oh, but we know there was evidence of her at the dumpster and this, that, and the other. Do you read this? This is the indictment number 18. Count 18. Falsely stating that it was not the accused, but rather Daniel Youngkin, who had traveled away from the home in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2022, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia and the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Okay, that's one. Hold on. Let's go to the second indictment that names Danny. Okay, you fucking idiot. November 21st, 2022. Hold on, guys. I got a cough. That's cold.
That would be, That would be something we don't know. And, you know, so.
Did I really just read all that with the fucking mute on? Damn it. I just said so much shit. How long was I muted for? I just muted, right? After I put Running Bear's Good Morning up. Did you guys hear me read the indictments? This woman's an idiot, but let's listen to her. I'm not going to go reread that. I just said a whole fucking lot. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I don't know how someone could do that. I mean, I couldn't. With the evidence I'm seeing, I could not say, I couldn't do it. I couldn't say, you know, I could say I think she did, but I think isn't enough to convict her, to be honest.
I guess the cops
It doesn't matter what someone thinks, you know, you got to, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. And that's really hard with two other adults in the house, you know, and what evidence we're hearing right now and the way.
Earl, what do you think about Pro Garden of America?
Well, you're sitting there trying to say that she didn't do it, and they showed so much evidence that she did do it. I don't even know why she's on there doing this.
She's stating that the FBI, Danny working with the FBI is like a sin.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
If our child was missing, would you want somebody working with the FBI to find them?
Yeah. Does she mean it's a sin against God?
No. She's saying that because Danny worked with
FBI,
at the FBI, that Leilani's innocent because Leilani didn't know that Danny was recording her in the hotel room.
Well, that's how they catch criminals. They plant wires and cameras and shit. And they wanted to catch her because she did fucked up shit. That's what happens.
Lori Ann said, good morning, Earl. Running Bear said, good morning. He's getting ready to go to bed. My daughter's babysitting the two little ones today. Hopefully we'll have a quiet day. Yesterday was a little chaotic in my house. And I didn't know that Danny was going on stand, so that was like a huge shock to all of us, right? How much longer we got till court? Let's check. 4 minutes and 22 seconds. I'm going to mute. I'm going to talk to my husband, get my coffee, say goodnight to him, let him go to sleep. You guys can listen to Idiot of the Fucking Year over here. While I do that, feed the cat, please. And I'll be right back.
Danny, you know, was really protecting his own ass.
If itty bitty value meals from other places could talk, they'd talk like this.
It kind of makes me leery, right? It kind of makes me suspicious of Danny, because I'm going to tell you, Leilani wouldn't be the first one to take the fall for someone else, right? She wouldn't be the first one, you know, taking a fall for somebody. I don't know. You know, I think what's going on here is they're both kind of trying to, you know, I think maybe Danny's telling Leilani, hey, they can't prove who did it what, and don't worry, you're going to walk, or at least get very little time. And, and he's talking about how he's straightening his life up, but she's in there, getting hers together, right? Going to school and doing some things. And yeah, I think there's a little more to this than meets the eye, if you ask me. But anyway, hey Trish, how you doing, sweetie? Love you, Peachy. Hey girl, love you too. You know it. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate the support for Summer's channel. God bless. God bless. You starting my night out right. You're starting.
Damn it, I did it again. My son just walked in. He's taking the baby to the doctor's. I forgot. The baby got to be there at 10:15. So it may be a little chaotic in here for a moment. I wish they'd start this trial. The channel changed. Hold on. Let me put Prayer Garden on for a few more mute. Okay, so
And the night outright. Last couple of nights been started out right. God bless him. He's blessing PG's channel here and Summer's channel. Absolutely. He's definitely blessing this channel something fierce. And I thank God for it. I thank God for it. So God bless, girl. I appreciate it. Ruby Rainmaker, how you doing, sweetie? Hello, PG in chat. Beautiful purple hearts for Summer. Girl, I appreciate that. I really do. Love it, Scorpio. IPG, much love to you. Much love to you. It's hard to believe a 22-year-old could do that to her infant, isn't it? Sadly, happens every day. It's true, Stephanie. It's true. As sad as, as sad as...
You built this?
It was easy once I found the parts.
Looks like you need a break. The General gives you one with flexible payment options.
Look, a chemical reaction.
Oh! For a great low rate, go with the General.
Hit it again, Jen.
One of the disturbing, very disturbing, and blatant abuses of government in Project 2025.
My house is chaotic right now. I just got done telling you guys it was going to be quiet here. It is anything but. It will be in a few minutes, though. Hey, little Dev. You see this display of fuckery last night that Per Gordon did? What about Nico?
Are they taking him?
Who? Yeah. They're watching Nico. They were going to take the baby, too, so when you drop him off to her. All right? I'm sorry. Yeah, just put a blanket on. It is cold. It's only 44 degrees. Oh, yeah, no, it's not dirty. I just changed him. He's fine. All right, let me put this witch back on so I can deal with this chaos here.
It is, and a lot of boyfriends do that too. I mean, listen to that guy's music, right? If you listen to his music's talking about destroying a child, right? That's the kind of music he plays, the kind of, stuff he listens to. I mean, it's ungodly.
I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my head. Swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Lord, forgive me for my questions. I've been dealing with depression so long. I keep turning to these medicines. I've been in the wrong direction so wrong. I might end up being this. I could use a few suggestions. I could lose a few connections. I might make a few exceptions. Guess I never learned my lessons. Blame it all on my profession. Like I need it for my sessions. Go sell all of my possessions. Don't go crying to the reverend. Blame it all on your obsession. Don't go screaming to the heavens. If them demons you collecting just start to get aggressive, just go mix it in a beverage. If your life is such a mess, bitch, then why you got a death wish? I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my head. I swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. I'm all alone, I see some shit, let me desensitize. Funny how the blessings come after you have been traumatized. Sorry for the shit I put you through, I look you in your eyes. Mama, please forgive me for the times I left you teary-eyed. Mixing up them drugs, I don't care about my health. Thought the money was the only thing that symbolized for wealth. I still stack it through the ceiling, incognito, I go stealth. Got peas in the trunk, vacuum sealed, cause they smell. As I'm growing older, I see my blessings been a curse, cause I took advantage of them, then I turned that shit reverse. I'm the one they preaching about when you walk up in the church. I've been known since you died, probably cause it hurt the worst. Hope you live in peace. Pops, you turn me to a monster. Turn the other cheek, I'd rather go out with this chopper. Gone 100 rounds with my demons till I prosper. Devil got a hand in on my cards, I'm playing poker.
I need some time to myself. It's just affecting my health. I swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but he don't wanna bless me? Why God wanna test me, but he don't wanna bless me?
With all of these tests, it's hard to feel blessed. Ain't harder to rest. All of these shots, no need for a vest. No need. The shit I be doing, the angles suggest. Shit. No wonder I'm lost, I feel like a mess. Drugs I be doing, the drink I be sipping became a commitment. The hate that I'm spitting and always be ripping. I'm tired of missing the person I was. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. But this the shit that I asked for. It's the real me, no mask or no bullshit. Cause I'm about this, ain't lifeless. But got less life when I like this. And I like this when I'm like this. On drugs when I write this, so I fight this. And I might just set fire to the mic while I'm on it tonight. Cause I got to my right and the devil all left. So I give it my all until none of me left. And if it's not what you want, then it's up till I rest. And I'm up to my death and it's blessing. A curse and this curse can be blessed. And see life is a test, so the legacy left go be me and my best, bitch.
Doing my favorite thing at 7 p.m. as a content creator. Guess what it is? Pitching. Just kidding. Sending professional emails is hard. And I don't even know what I was doing before Grammarly.
There's a part of me that wants something. Oh yeah, a little bit of that something. Yeah. We wake up in the morning, either fighting or we moaning. Yeah, speak up, girl, own it. Cause if we got a problem, we gon' deal with it. Either do it right or we gotta gon' deal with it. Oh. Yeah, if we got a problem, we gon' deal with it. Either lay it out or we gotta gon' deal with it.
You be getting all up on my nerves, what the fuck, can't deal with it. And you looking like a mail ticket. You be popping off, all I wanna do is pop a seal with it. All we do is fucking fight, cause I'm ill with it. Makeup on my shirt from your lipstick. Yeah, why you tryna kiss? You just put some bitch shit. Ayy, flip on me, feel like it's a mirage. You be switching personality like Nicki Minaj. And got me feeling like I'm Meat Mill. Dipping out, I'm sorta like a cheap grill. I'm in the mouth, I'm sorta like a pimp. Got way too many options. I can't trip off of one
This is
bitch problem. Better yet, got a bag full of condoms. In a bank account full of commas. And I always tell myself that I'm on dip when it's drama. But every time I see you, a reminder of how
There's a part of me that wants something. Oh yeah, a little bit of that something. Yeah. We wake up in the morning, either fighting or we moaning. Yeah, speak up, girl, own it. Cause if we got a problem, we gon' deal with it. Either do it right or we gotta gon' deal with it. Oh. Yeah, if we got a problem, we gon' deal with it. Either lay it out or we gotta gon' deal with it.
Yeah. Girl, what's the problem now? All you trying to talk about is how I let you down. And all I wanna do is tell you how you fucking sound. How I've been around traveling for a minute now. Every city, every town, I'ma put it down. Going crazy for a minute now. Why you tripping out noise, bitch, and how we don't talk these days, both stuck in our ways. Caught in the days, like we lost in a maze. Another cold, lonely night, I'm just trying to get paid. You on the phone crying out, asking why I be late. Maybe if it ends tonight, then it's just our fate. Nothing lasts forever, even wrong got slayed. No lie, shine bright in the dark ass space. Face down, ice on, I know you miss my place. Half me miss you, the other half miss your taste. That's true. There's a part of me that wants something. Oh yeah, a little bit of that something. Yeah, yeah. We wake up in the
morning, everyone. Okay, please bring out Miss Simon.
So I was going to play one more song to show you all who he's singing with, but we'll do that during a break. But hold on. Let's watch the trial. Come on, Prayer Garden. I hope you're up and watching. You were up all night trashing people. You probably can't even get the fuck up to watch the trial during the day, you fucking idiot.
All right, good morning, Miss Simon. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and seated with them is Detective Marion Lemons. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. Turning to the state, is the state ready to proceed?
State is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Judge.
Where we left off, the state had concluded its direct examination of Daniel Youngkin. And Mr. Hilliard, you were going to begin with the cross-examination of Daniel Youngkin.
I am, Judge, and I think I've got the technical issues worked out, but we'll have to wait and see. Technology is not my friend.
All right. Are you ready to proceed with cross-examination? All right. Please call Daniel Youngkin. Or recall Daniel Youngkin. Well, before we bring Mr. Youngkin in, let's call in the jury. I always leave off the very important people here. So let's call in the jury.
You don't do that very often.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. Okay. Ms. Delia.
Look at her. I want to smack the face off of her. In my opinion, not really. Yeah, I do. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat.
Good morning. All right. And thank you so much for being here all together and ready to go and on time. I just want to confirm that you are able to comply with the court's instructions. Okay, no one did any research or discuss the case with anyone? All right. Did any of you view any media? Okay, looks like everybody has responded in the appropriate way. Thank you very much. I'm going to now turn to Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Youngkin.
We call Mr. Youngkin. Oath. And Mr. Youngkin, just to be clear, you do understand that you are under oath. You were sworn in yesterday and you remain under oath at this time for cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Since yesterday, have you spoken with anyone about the case or your testimony?
No.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to approach, if I could, the witness in State's Exhibit 9 and have you look at it real quick. You could just briefly state what that is.
The layout of the house on Buckhalter Road.
And if you would, just explain to the jury where the front door is that the room that y'all lived in and slept in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, kind of explain where the front door is. We've seen pictures. Give me 1 second. I might can give you a better picture. I'm going to show you, we've already been tendered and admitted the State's Exhibit number 10 and picture 26 of State's Exhibit number 10. Is that the front door of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you enter the doorway, a picture of the sofa to the left?
Yes, sir.
And the picture to the right is kind of over in the corner. It's the race car. That's where Zane slept.
Yes, sir.
And this is the TV.
Yes, sir.
And I assume there's a little chair in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the crib that Quinton slept in, correct?
Yes, sir. The playpen.
And that's the pictures of inside the crib, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go all the way back here. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand the back part of the room. I can get to it. The back part of the room, as you walk in the door and look all the way to the back, is where the bed was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have to walk past the bed in order to walk in and out the back door, the dining room. Let me rephrase that. Is this about where the bed's at in the back part of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is where you have to walk through to get out through the dining room and living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the night of October 5th, were you sleeping in that bed?
Yes, sir.
And was Miss Simon sleeping in that bed with you?
At some point.
At some point. Okay. So, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The bed, in order to walk in and out the back dining room or living room door, you have to walk right by that bed, correct?
Yes, sir. You have to walk by it.
And it's in the back part of the room away from the children, correct?
Yes, sir. Towards the window in the corner.
Okay. And you say that's where you were sleeping, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it wasn't upstairs. It wasn't a different bedroom. It wasn't anything like that.
No, sir.
So, what time did you wake up on the morning of October 5th?
I would believe around right before I sent the text message to Miss Michelle.
And that would, and I'm not trying to put
5:18.
So 5:15, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you texted Miss Michelle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you woke up and texted Miss Michelle, I assume you then left to go to work, correct?
I got ready and left. Yes, sir.
All right. And what did you drive on the way to work?
The Dodge Journey.
And I'm going to show you some pictures. Marked as States Exhibit 11. If you would look through States Exhibit 11. Is that the Dodge Journey that you drove?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you left and you went to work, clocked in around 6:10, 6:15, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever time the clock can has me at. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any stops along the way?
No, sir.
All right. You see in there a curveball, a fireball, and a natural light container, correct? As well as an orange vest or some sort of color.
Fireball, Sprite, another shot, orange vest, natural light. Yep.
And were those yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you deposit them there?
To be honest, I don't know.
But they're yours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to assume on October 5th, the police seized the van, correct?
Yeah, it was in the parking, in the driveway.
Just trying to set up. Okay. But were those fair and accurate pictures of the van that morning?
Yes, sir.
So do you know what time you left the house?
Not precisely.
Okay. And where exactly is the warehouse you work at?
Port Wentworth.
Okay. So that time of morning, what's the drive like?
Pretty heavy traffic for the most part.
How long does it normally take you to get there?
20, 25
minutes. 25 minutes? Okay. And I was curious, Mr. Dean played the video of you running in and then running out a short time later. What were you running in for?
I was probably a few minutes late.
You're already 10 or 15 minutes late though, weren't you?
I don't know to be precise. Whatever time his clock in was.
Whatever clock says is what it was, but you were already late, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you said that you and Miss Simon met in 2020, correct?
Somewhere along those lines.
Okay. And that was in Dunn, North Carolina?
In person, yeah.
Right. And that was where you were at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she traveled up there. Y'all lived together for a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
How old are you, Mr. Youngkin? Today?
Today, I'm 30.
Okay. How old you have been back then? 28, 27?
27, 26.
Okay. In 2020, you'd have been 26, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In October of 2022, probably 28, 27, something like that?
Yeah.
All right. So, when did you move back to Savannah?
I moved to Savannah. I didn't move back to Savannah.
Well, when did you move to Savannah then?
4 or 5 months into her pregnancy.
All right. So when was Sky born? Then what year? What month?
June 5th.
2022. Am I correct? All right. So it would have been, again, February, March of 2022. You moved down here, maybe?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And you lived at 535 Buckholzer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Billy and Thomas's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay any rent while you lived there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you paid it to Billy and Thomas?
Cash out it to Billy.
Okay. And you lived there, and again, I'm just trying to recount it. When you first moved in, it was Joe that lived there, right?
Yes, sir. We lived upstairs.
All right. And it was you and Zane and Quinton and Leilani and Billy and Thomas and Joe, right?
Before Sky was born, yeah.
Right. And then Sky was born. And then if I just remember correctly, then Joe moved out and Paul moved in, correct?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
So around the summer of 2022, that's an accurate picture of who was residing in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that y'all both took care of these kids and took the kids back and forth to the babysitter?
For the most part, it was me.
So for the most part, it was you?
Yeah.
Okay. So on a daily basis, who was the one that would normally take them over to the babysitter?
Me.
All right. And how often would Lonnie do it?
Rarely.
All right. So, and who would pick him up in the afternoon?
Me.
All right.
If she worked, then both of us. If she worked.
If she worked? Okay. And so it was not unusual that you were the one who took care of these children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not uncommon that you were the one that interacted with the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And now let's talk about how often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday, about 5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
Okay. And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, so I'd go to work and I'd get off work and I'd stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
Okay. Did you ever stop by on the way to work?
No, they weren't open.
Did you ever drink before work?
They weren't open.
That's not the same question.
No, sir.
Okay. You can buy it ahead of time.
No, I drank to where there was nothing left.
So it's safe to say that your drinking habits were mostly after work and in the evenings.
Yeah.
Okay. And you, by your own admission, drank 4 or 5 Fireballs, and at least in this case, we knew a curveball and Natural Light. And then you said the 25 ounce, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so now let's talk about the week leading up to October 5th. Were you and Lonnie bickering or fighting that week?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask a more refined question then. You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why is that?
For her to what?
Not unusual for, you said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why was that?
To where?
Arkwright Road. 204.
Oh, no, not unusual.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. After she had her wisdom teeth out on October 4th, did y'all go by 204 on the way home?
Possibly.
Possibly? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
All right. Well, do you recall saying that you did?
I said it was a possibility, or we probably did. I mean, I know I told you I went by the liquor store while she was at the dentist's office. So I had already drank at that point.
Well, what kind of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass-out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. So you just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
Attention Pennsylvania voters. Millions of your fellow Pennsylvanians will cast their votes by mail this election.
And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
And when were you doing cocaine and alcohol?
After work.
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
So, a matter of fact, if you didn't drink and drug, it would have been unusual, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you did drink and drug, where did you normally do it at?
In the house.
Where at in the house?
On a dresser that was next to the bed.
All right. So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
Unfortunately.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pry or anything, I'm just asking. So whenever you, and there's different ways to do it. You can smoke cocaine,
No.
sniff cocaine, and you can shoot cocaine.
No.
How did you do cocaine?
Sniff.
Okay. So when you're doing that, wouldn't you have to explain how you would normally do that? How would you sniff the cocaine? What was your routine?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, would you buy it?
Yeah.
Or would you send Leilani to buy it?
I would buy it, or she would go buy it. I don't get
Okay.
it.
And did you have a dresser? You said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
On the dresser, it would be in a bag, or sniff it out of the bag, or put a line on the dresser and sniff it off the dresser.
All right. So and that's kind of the point I'm getting to. It's either in the bag on the dresser and you sniff it from the bag.
The dresser is like this tall.
That's fine. I'm just asking. The point is it was out on the dresser in the bedroom where the children were. That's my point.
Sure.
Okay. Now, is cocaine more of a stimulant or more of a depressant? Does cocaine give you energy or does cocaine make you sleepy?
For me?
Yes.
Sleepy, honestly.
And that's a fair assessment. So cocaine makes you sleepy. Does alcohol make you sleepy or energize you?
I kind of just evened out.
So in your case, cocaine made you sleepy and alcohol would give you a little bit of energy and it kind of evened you out.
Sure.
Now, when you did cocaine, would you also drink?
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you drink at that point in time?
I don't have an exact measurement.
Okay. Did you smoke at the same time?
No, I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke marijuana. I was not.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Yes.
Not often.
But when you did cocaine and drank, would you smoke cigarettes?
Sure.
Okay. And when you smoke cigarettes, would you smoke the cigarettes in the house or outside the house?
Outside.
Okay. Why was that?
So the house didn't smell like cigarettes?
And it wasn't your house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I'm going to assume, and again, I don't think you had permission to smoke in the house, did you?
No, sir.
And I'm fairly certain you didn't have permission to do cocaine in the house either, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, so you're not sure if you went to 204 after she had her wisdom teeth out. Y'all came home. You stopped by Cheddar's on the way home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got something to eat, came home, and she took her medicine and knocked herself out, right?
Sure. I'm not 100% sure. I honestly can't say for certain. But I mean, yeah, that's my recollection of it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all lived in this room, right?
For the most part.
Okay. It's an open room, correct?
Yeah.
The bed's in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entertainment for the children is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The place the children sleep is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you were interacting with the children, laying down, watching TV, or doing any of these things in your room, and she was sleeping, you would notice it, correct?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, as I said yesterday, we were at a point to where I didn't really pay much attention to what she was doing.
Okay. Well, do you recall telling the police that she went to sleep that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. Any reason why you'd make that up?
No.
Okay. So what time did she wake up that afternoon?
I don't remember.
All right. How did the kids get back from Michelle's that afternoon?
I believe we both went and picked them up.
So, and what time was that?
Around 4:30 or 5.
All right. Which is a normal time, right?
I guess. I mean. It's a couple hours later because we normally get off at like 2 or 3.
All right. So 5 o'clock, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock on the evening of October 4th, Quinton's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you and Leilani doing at that point in time?
I don't remember.
Okay. 7 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yes, to my knowledge.
What are you and Leilani doing at 7 o'clock?
I can't say for certain.
8 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yeah, to my knowledge. Absolutely.
What are you and Leilani doing at 8 o'clock?
I can't be 100% certain. I was probably making dinner.
Okay. And 10 o'clock, the kids are laying down for bed, going to sleep at this point in time, correct?
Yeah.
Zane's,
was I.
Zane's in his bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually lay eyes on him?
I mean, he's visible.
Okay. Quinton's in his bed. Did you actually lay eyes on him?
He's not as visible, but yes.
Okay. And Sky's in her, I guess it's like crib or whatever it is, next to the couch, right? And you actually laid eyes on her as well, correct?
Yeah, she was at the end of the bed.
All right. So at 10 o'clock, kids are fine. You're there. Are you drinking or drugging at this point in time?
10 o'clock?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so at 10 o'clock, was there any conversation about going to 204 that night between you and Leilani?
Yeah, there's text messages.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She said she was going to go to 204 and come back. I said, okay, can you make it quick? I'd like to watch a movie and go to sleep so we can go to work.
All right. And that's basically what your text message said.
Yeah.
Come on back. See you soon.
Please.
Let's watch a movie, right?
Please. Yes.
So there was no, at least I'm not putting your words in my mouth. From the text messages, there didn't seem to be any animosity between y'all at that point in time, correct?
For the most part.
Yeah. You're just looking forward to laying down, watching a movie together, right?
For the most part.
And again, were you drinking or doing any drugs that night?
That night?
Yes.
You said 10 o'clock.
Oh. At that night, after this, anytime that night?
Prior to 10 o'clock? Yeah, prior to when I laid down, yes.
Okay, what were you doing prior to 10 o'clock?
Drinking and the rest of the little bit of cocaine I had.
So you were drinking and doing cocaine up to 10 o'clock. And is that why you sent her to 204 to get some more?
I didn't send her to 204. She was the one who said she wanted to go to 204. That's in the text messages.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who would normally get the drugs, you or her?
That were her people.
All right. And would y'all share drugs or
Yes.
would you keep it separate?
Share it for the most part.
All right. So if you got some cocaine or some weed or some
I didn't get weed.
Percocets.
I didn't get Percocet.
All right. But if you got cocaine, you'd share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
No. She was selfish.
Okay. So you would share drugs, but she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did that cause any anger or animosity between you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not for me.
Really? Okay. So whenever do you remember speaking with the police on October 5th? I believe it was an FBI agent and a detective from Chatham County Police Department.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when they took you down to the station and interviewed you?
For a very long period of time.
Right. And do you remember that conversation with him?
There were quite a few.
Let's just start at the beginning then. Do you remember telling them there's nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not anything weird about it.
And when Leilani got back from 204, were you awake or asleep?
I was asleep.
You remember telling them that you were awake when she got back?
No. I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I really don't.
All right. And do you remember telling them you got up at 3 to take care of Sky?
It's possible that I did.
Okay. And do you remember saying that everything was fine at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whenever you would come and go from the house, did you come through the front door or did you always drive around back and come in through the dining room or living room doors?
Never through the front door.
And that's because the parking's in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it would not be unusual or uncommon that those doors are the ones that get all the movement, are they?
No, not uncommon.
Okay. And whose responsibility was it to lock those doors or secure those doors at night?
Everybody's? Whoever came in last.
Okay. But would it surprise you if those doors opened and closed a lot and weren't locked and stayed open?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going out, and again, you said you didn't smoke often, but would you go out on the patio to smoke when you did smoke?
The front or the back? It would depend.
Okay. But you would?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you remember just a few minutes into the interview with the FBI agent, the Chatham County police officer, you got a little angry?
Possibly.
Remember saying it feels weird, I'm having a bad day, and
no.
Okay. Well, it's been a long day, so. Do you remember telling them that you were a little antsy and you need a drink?
Probably.
Okay. Now, you remember telling them that when you woke up at 3 a.m. that Leilani was asleep?
No. Well, if I did, then that's probably something she told me to say.
Okay. And remember telling them Quinton was okay at 3 o'clock?
Probably based on what she told me to say.
Mr. Youngkin, are you sitting here saying what you've been told to say?
Right now, no.
Okay. So you have free will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, let's talk about that first day as well. Was that the day that you authorized the FBI to tap your phone for 90 days? 30 days at a time, I guess I should say.
What day? The date started on, I think it was the 8th. I think it was 10/8, 2022.
October 8th. All right, well, I asked that question. Let's just go back. That day, October 5th, did y'all go back to Buckhalter Road that day?
I believe it was it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay, so it was October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was it y'all went to the hotel?
The 7th, maybe? I don't know 100%.
But you had agreed to
Absolutely
have the video done, the audio done, and then give them your phone done, correct?
The phone happened later, but yes, I did.
Okay. And you say the phone happened later. They didn't dump it that day, October 5th?
What do you mean? Permission? I thought you were talking about the 30 days at a time.
No. I'm talking about just actually giving them your phone.
Yeah, on the 5th, absolutely.
Right, because I remember you asked on the 5th to get your phone back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did.
Right. So.
And I got it back.
All right. So now, did you notice anything about Quinton's crib the evening of October 4th?
No.
Early morning hours of October 5th?
No.
Anything unusual about it?
No. I wasn't really looking at that point, but no.
Okay. And I wonder if I could approach the witness for 1 second. if you would look through that real quick. I'll say what it is, just look through it. It depends.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize any of these messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are these messages?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
Okay. And if you would turn to, I guess, the very back one. Let's start in the back and kind of work forward. You see the one from September 30th at 8:04?
Yes.
Okay. This is about 5 days prior to Quinton's disappearance, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's from who to who?
From me to her.
All right. And if you would, what did you say to her that particular day?
Like, I'm always supposed to deal with your asshole moves and the mean ass kids when you get mad and dip and take shit from me.
What particular shit are you talking about here, Mr. Youngkin?
Money, drugs.
And which mean ass kids are you referring to here, Mr. Youngkin?
All three.
Well, Sky's an infant, so I'm
Yeah,
fairly
she was
certain.
being mean that day.
How can an infant be mean, Mr. Youngkin?
She wasn't being mean. She was just crying a lot.
Okay. So how would Quinton or Zane be mean? They're children, Mr. Youngkin.
Zane was a handful.
How's that?
Because he was always high energy and high strung and didn't want to go to sleep when we would say that. And I would be the one that would always deal with him.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one. It looks like this one's just a few minutes later, September 30th at 8:47.
Yeah, I said, I'm such an idiot. I see it.
Now, you said a little bit more than that.
I am such a ducking idiot. I see it.
And you meant to say something else, but.
Yeah, well, autocorrect.
All right, let's go on to the next one on September 30th at 8:46.
Yes.
That's from you to who?
These aren't in order.
No, they're not, admittedly.
I said, still at 2:04, WTF taking so long?
What's that referring to?
Why was she still gone?
Well, what would she go to 2:04 for?
For herself, probably.
So.
Or us both.
All right. Drugs, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the only, to my knowledge.
And so you were a little irritated because she wasn't back with the drugs, weren't you, Mr. Youngkin?
I was just, no, it wasn't because she wasn't back with the drugs, because she wasn't back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go on to the next one, if you would. September 30th at 9.
Yeah, and you fucking wonder why I'm just trying to drink, do drugs, and sleep.
And this was September 30th at 9 p.m.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Sorry. I apologize. Absolutely.
So, did that pretty much sum up what you were looking to do at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, honestly.
I'm going to ask it's not a flippant question, but at this point in time, you're a grown man, 28 years old.
Sure.
Just leave.
Just leave my daughter?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, sir.
All right. So you understand it's an option, though?
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I'd rather be there for my daughter.
Well, I understand. Let me ask you this. When you're drinking, doing drugs, and sleeping, how are you there for your daughter?
Not as well as I should have been.
No, not at all. Really, are you?
That's an opinion.
Is that your opinion?
That I could have done better, yes.
Now that's all the ones for September 30th. Let's look on October 1st. This is 4 days prior. At 12:26 a.m. From.
Are you asking me to read all these?
Well, I'm asking you, who's this from and who's it to?
What time?
The 12:26.
It's from her to me.
And what does it say?
You almost had your whole bag, and some of both of the bags that I had went and bought.
What bags is she referring to?
Cocaine, which was inaccurate.
So you went through both bags as
That's inaccurate.
It may be inaccurate, but that's what the text message says, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says you went through both bags of cocaine.
According to her.
Right. Well, let's go on to the next one that you sent back to her.
No bag, no love, no niceness.
Okay. So basically, your mood was contingent upon the drugs that you had, correct?
That was inclusive with the no love, no niceness.
Let's go to 10/1/2022, 12:27 a.m. That was from who to who?
Her to me.
And what was this referencing?
Then expected. That's not in order. Says, and then expected me to come inside while you talk shit and share when you had a G yesterday.
What's a G?
A gram.
All right. So she's saying that she wasn't going to share because you had an entire gram to yourself.
Which is not true.
Okay. Look at the next text message from October 1st, 1:34, from you to Lilani.
Yeah. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. Me referring to her leaving in the middle of the night and not saying anything.
Okay. You were upset, needless to say.
Well, yeah. At the time. Then I gave up.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it.
Let's look at the next one on 10/1 at 1:34. It looks like from Lilani to you.
You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. And you said you wish you knew. Well, now you know.
And that's basically saying you can go do what you want tomorrow night, right?
From her, yeah.
Right.
Like I would do that.
Well, whether you did it or not.
I guess that's her giving me permission to leave the next night.
Did you leave the next night?
Nope.
Right. And what was your reply back?
You know damn well I can't do shit.
Why is that?
Because I'm the one that takes care of the children.
Okay. And look at the next one from October 1st at 1:40.
Like I said, it's not in order, but yeah.
Is that to Lilani from you?
Yep.
And what does it say?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer?
Yeah.
Was that unusual or uncommon?
Depending on the day. If I didn't have to work the next day, probably not.
And this is later.
You want me to read this one?
October 1st at 2:19. Yes, sir.
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond.
And that has to do with withholding sexual attention, correct? I assume that's what it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you tell me. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this. What does that mean?
Anything intimate.
Right. So
anything intimate, not just sexual, anything.
So that was withholding affection, correct? That's what you're threatening there.
That's what I'm threatening? I
what it
wasn't
sounds like.
threatening.
Okay.
That was me saying she wants that, but how am I supposed to do that when she does this?
Okay. Let's look at the next one from October 2nd. You may remember this, you may not remember this.
No,
But this,
I don't know what this is.
all right. And you see the picture there?
Vaguely.
All right, we'll go to the next one then. See if that helps.
I guess it's a haircut.
Were y'all talking about getting Quinton's haircut?
It wasn't my choice. I think.
Well, that's what at least Alani was. That's from her to you, correct?
Yeah, I guess she was thinking about getting Quinton's haircut.
And that was on October 2nd, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at October 2nd, that evening at 8:43.
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry.
October 2nd at 8:43. That was from you to Leilani, correct?
Yep. Should have gotten Zane to chill or left me something before you tell me to fucking chill.
Left you what?
Some drugs.
Okay. And what was Zane doing that night?
Being high energy.
Wouldn't listen. Basically being a kid.
If that's how you want to put it, yes, sir.
All right. And October 2nd at 8:56, you sent another text message to Leilani?
I want to know why I don't understand the context. I want to know why I wish I did, because I didn't get any when I even begged. I don't know.
Maybe. You don't understand. You don't know what that's about.
No, I don't. Don't know the context.
All right. Look at the next one then and see if that helps put it in context.
It doesn't, but I want to tell me why it looks like you touched my bag from her to me.
Okay. And
also incorrect.
So that, but put it in context, that may have been about drugs, correct?
Could have been, possibly.
All right. And let's go to October 3rd. This is the evening of October 3rd. I think this is the day before the wisdom tooth, if I'm not mistaken. This is 11:34 p.m. and it's from Leilani to you. And what does she say to you?
This is backwards, so it's kind of hard to get everything in context. And some of it's not even in order.
Well, that's fine. You can put it in order, but
I don't have time. It says, so I've kind of been waiting for you at the same time, which is why I asked what you were doing. I do not know what that's referring to.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the next one then. It's just an okay, right?
Yep. Just me saying okay.
And what's the next one?
Her saying, oh, I guess she was outside, sitting on the front porch.
All right.
So I thought you said you was going to hit that line and come smoke a cig.
If I hit that line, what does she mean by that?
What she had left on the dresser for me.
For you to do?
Yep.
And by do, I mean cocaine, correct?
Drugs, absolutely.
And this was about 11:30 at night, give or take?
11:33:47.
And let's look at the next one from her to you.
11:33:32.
Yeah.
Just put out my blunt and lit a cig.
All right. And the next one, 11. This one's kind of out of order.
I said, are you coming? As in, are you coming to bed?
Yeah.
At 11:32:19.
And let's go on to October 4th, which we kind of have a little bit about this already. There's one from October 4th at 10:41.
10:41:37. She said, I'm about to turn on 2:04.
And the next one?
I said at 10:44:24. Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what little bit left were you referring to?
Whatever she left me on the dresser.
Drugs.
Yep.
All right. So at least at that point in time, on the night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you ever tell them this?
Yes.
When?
The interview?
Okay.
Initial interview?
All right. Well, let's go
It
ahead.
was a very long period of time, so I'm pretty sure I told them everything I knew.
All right. That being said,
Or could remember.
you were doing cocaine at least at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th. And
10:45.
10:45. 10:45.
And I probably did that and then fell asleep.
Because cocaine makes you sleepy.
As we've stated.
Okay. And you were drinking as well.
Probably the last beer I had left.
Okay. But when you went to sleep, Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Scott was fine, correct?
Yes, sir. At around 10:45, 11 o'clock.
So do you know what time Leilani got back that night?
Nope.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that you were awake when she got in?
Probably initially.
Okay. But you changed your story, didn't you?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. Well, if
I stated based on memory and what I was recalling at the time.
Well, if you say A is true and it turns out that B is true, they both can't be true, can they?
Depending.
Well, either you saw her and you were awake, or you were asleep when she got in.
Yeah, very true.
Right. Now, you got up at 3 a.m. to feed Sky, like you always did, you said.
Probably initially, that's probably what I said.
And you told them Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Sky was fine, correct?
Initially, I believe so.
Okay. And you also said you, of your own accord, called the babysitter and said the kids were staying home.
I texted her at 5:20 and said the kids will be with her.
Excuse me, texted and said the kids were going to stay home with Leilani, right?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with Leilani?
She wouldn't wake up. But that was something that I had done in the past, because if she wasn't going to get up and go to work and I was going to go to work, and why am I paying for the babysitter?
So for you, you were a little bit angry she wouldn't wake up and go to work, right?
No, not really. I was just going to get my job done.
Mr. Young, can I have a few?
I may sound irritated at the moment, but no.
All right. Now let's talk about Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
Buckhalter Road, you have 3 different trash cans out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that collects those trash cans and takes them to the Azalea Mobile Home Park to dump. That was your testimony to Mr. Dean?
Yeah, for the most part I was, until Paul got there, and Paul was the one that had the keys to the truck, so Paul liked to take the trash out.
I'm curious, do they have trash collection out there?
We didn't, at that residence, I don't know. That wasn't my house.
Well, it just seems a very odd thing that.
That's what I was told to do.
Okay. Well, who told you to do that?
I don't remember exactly, but that's just one of the things that happened. I don't understand.
So Paul, either you or Paul are the ones that took the trash off
there. Yes. Okay. In the Silverado.
Right.
Never in the Dodge Journey.
You're absolutely correct. In the Silverado. But you don't know whether or not there was garbage collection on Buckhalter Road or when they collected garbage?
I don't believe they paid for that service. I think it's something you have to pay for. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know if the service is offered?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, have you ever see garbage trucks up and down the road?
It wasn't
it's
my
okay
house.
If you don't. Yeah, it's okay if you don't, but I mean.
No, it wasn't my house.
Okay. You didn't pay attention to it, is what you're saying.
No, I just did what I was instructed.
Oh. Now, but you did agree to have the hotel room wired for 3 days, correct?
Yeah. And my cell phone.
When did you leave Savannah after this?
I believe it was the day that I signed the paper for my cell phone to be tapped.
You left Savannah that day?
I believe so.
And that's when you moved away from Savannah?
I went and stayed in Atlanta for a weekend, and then I moved back with my parents.
So whatever day is on that particular item, that was the day you left Savannah?
I believe so. If not, it was the next day.
Did you have custody of Sky?
No, I wasn't even legitimized. And I was threatened multiple times that my daughter would be taken away from me by Leilani.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's
What
wrong?
is the relevance?
What's wrong? That's all the question I got.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
I do have some redirect, Your Honor, but I need a break.
Okay.
So I suspect I was.
I'm sorry.
Good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Because they go into recesses. Judge loves breaks. That was rough. That was hard to watch, but I think Danny did good. He was put under pressure. You've seen a little bit of his attitude come out. Hey, September, I didn't even see you creep in. I'm livid too, and I don't think that they know this is being publicized. People don't need to hear where his baby's living and who has custody of her. I can guarantee you Danny's working towards getting custody. He's working towards sobriety, as you hear. He admits his faults. He tells you he was fucked up during this time. Okay, they're back.
Thank you, Birch. Okay, let's take a break. 10:20.
Yeah, let the dog out before you lay down. Okay. Yeah, he's brutally honest. That's what it comes to, and that's good for character. And I don't think that this is going to harm the case at all. This questioning so far. I mean, he spent fucking 10 minutes on how do you sniff sugar booger. You know what I mean? They're working now. They knew they'd have this. I hope this defense attorney isn't like this to the underage girl or the girl that was underage at the time, Diana McCarta's daughter, when she comes on. And I'm not saying Danny shouldn't be vilified a little bit for what he was doing at that time. But what I am going to say is that this young man's learning. He's growing. He's getting his career back together. His life's back on track. He looks healthy. You can tell he's gained weight. He didn't hurt that baby. He was wired for 3 days inside of a hotel room. Don't you think that it would have been brought up inside that hotel room if he did something? Y'all want to hear some of his music again? Here, we'll put the one I was playing on before till they come back. Erdians want to hear Bless Me. Please sub up to his channel. Show this young man that he has support out here, and all of us ain't Prayer Garden and share.
There's a part of me that wants something. Oh yeah, a little bit of that something. Yeah, yeah. We wake up.
I need some time to myself. It's just a fed in my head. Swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Lord, forgive me for my questions. I've been dealing with depression so long. I keep turning to these medicines. I've been in the wrong direction so wrong. I might end up being this. I could use a few suggestions. I could lose a few connections. I might make a few exceptions. Guess I never learned my lessons. Blame it all on my profession. Like I need it for my sessions. Go sell all of my possessions. Don't go crying to the reverend. Blame it all on your obsession. Don't go screaming to the heavens. If them demons you collect them, just start to get aggressive. Just go mix it in a beverage. If your life is such a mess, bitch, then why you got a death wish? I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my head. Swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me.
I'm all alone, I see some shit, let me desensitize. Funny how the blessings come after you have been traumatized. Sorry for the shit I put you through, I look you in your eyes. Mama, please forgive me for the times I left you teary-eyed. Mixing up them drugs, I don't care about my health. Thought the money was the only thing that symbolized for wealth. I still sack it through the ceiling, incognito, I go stealth. Got peas in the trunk, vacuum sealed, cause they smell. As I'm growing older, I see my blessings been a curse. Cause I took advantage of them, then I turned that shit reverse. I'm the one they preaching about when you walk up in the church. I've been known since you died, probably cause it hurt the worst. Hope you live in peace. Pops, you turn me to a monster. Turn the other cheek, I'd rather go out with this chopper. Gone 100 rounds with my demons till I prosper. Devil got a hand in on my cards, I'm playing poker.
I need some time to myself. It's just a fit in my head. Swear my life been a mess. Stepping closer to my death. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me. Why God wanna test me, but He don't wanna bless me.
With all of these tests, it's hard to feel blessed. Ain't harder to rest. All of these shots, no need for a vest. No need. The shit I be doing, the angle suggest. Shit. No wonder I'm lost, I feel like a mess. Drugs I be doing, the drink I be sipping became a commitment. The hate that I'm spitting and always be ripping. I'm tired of missing the person I was. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. Before all the pain, I barely feel sane. I hate how I change. But this the shit that I asked for. It's the real me, no mask or no bullshit. Cause I'm about this, ain't lifeless, but got less life when I like this. And I like this when I'm like this. On drugs when I write this, so I fight this. And I might just set fire to the mic while I'm on it tonight. Cause I got to my right and the devil all that. So I give it my all until none of me left. And if it's what you want, then it's up till I rest. And I'm up to my death and it's blessing. A curse and this curse can be blessed. And see life is a test, so the legacy left go be me and my best, bitch.
Doing my favorite thing at 7 p.m. as a content.
You all may or may not like this song. You probably won't. But most of you know who Yellow Wolf is, right? So if you know who Yellow Wolf is, you know who Caskey is. Because Yellow Wolf is featured in a ton of Caskey songs and Caskey and Yellow Wolf songs. The song you just heard was Caskey singing with him. This is the second song he made with Caskey. The other song I played with him was the other one. When him and Leilani got together, he had just done that song with Caskey, the first one. That song probably was about Leilani. I don't know. We don't know who wrote it, right? Yes, Running Bear. That's how big Danny is about to blow up. And that's what Leilani almost destroyed for him. He left his life for that. Okay? Regardless of whether he has custody of his child or not, I'm sure he's working on that and he will always have contact with her. I guarantee it. And even if he doesn't, he will make a future for her. I promise you all that. I like this song. I play this song a lot. So we're going to listen to it. They may delete my stream today. I don't care. Hey, Benny. Go jam it. Bitch. Shove it up Prayer Gordon's ass.
Yeah. Look. Being a lot of haters call it quits. Being Laden, being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip. Squirt to that trigger finger, make that 38 squirt. 51 and 50, bitch, I'm crazy like my net worth. Oh, you stupid, boy, you looking silly, talking shit about the whoop. I knock that fruit up out your nougat. Student, make a pupil educated. Dropping LSD and make your pupils dilated. Take a breather. The best of y'all ain't fucking with me neither. Born in December, rock a hoodie, bring a heater, too cold. No silver spoon up in the soup bowl. Now the cabinet's elaborate. I don't even know how to open up the champagne bottle on the shelf. Shots of King Louis when they told me I should sip. Yup, stay slum, that's a promise. That ain't just an honor to the fallen, it's a homage, no bondage. The Chevrolet is blacker than the onyx on the pinky ring, partner. Don't tell me to be honest, cause I ain't never lied to kick it with you fucking lames. If it ain't the truth, then I don't say a fucking thing. Wood dripping like the handle on the meat cleaver, swinging like a killer to this beat. I'm a beef feeder. Pigs too, fuck you, bacon, chicken, fish. Eat that pussy, but I don't eat with no pussy, bitch. Peeling out wheels, smoking like this mic cord. White walls like the inside of a psych ward. Been a lot of haters call it quits. Being Laden, being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip.
Hey, it's been a problem, and I'm cool with all the shooters, cause I've been around them. Black sheep, but my gang good, then it's robbing. Try to cross, once I score, I forget about them. Hey, I've been on my diamond pinky ring shit to check the kingship. And I tatted up the face so I look distinguished. So my enemies know I ain't hot and get relinquished. Call my 45 to loose lips and love to sing shit. I go real raw, till my lips are like the package sealed off. All that talking on the internet should get you killed off. This Glock hit you in the head, it's like a steel bar. I'm the same kid that had the Xanax in a pill jar. Tantalize it, count the money twice, overanalyze it. Got the car, ain't just hit the walls, man, I vandalize it. She got it on herself, it look like hand sanitizer. You going broke, homie, I can't advise you. Bitch, I made gold with the dirt that they gave me. Yeah, I'm an old soul who done signed up the baby. And me and Yellow Wolf made this tape, so there ain't no debating. Hey, we the hardest rappers ever came at the shady. That's an invitation to you imitators. Make an example out of you, you be a demonstrator. Cause I've been all around the world and never been a hater. Knock your lights out and turn my power on generator.
Been a lot of haters call it quits. Being Laden, being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip.
Hey, it's been a problem, and I'm cool with all the shooters, cause I've been around them. Black sheep, but my gang good, then it's robbing. Try to cross, once I score, I forget about them.
All right, y'all got a little bit of show out of me. I love that song. Where is the squirt hearing? Did I miss it? Nope. Here it is. We're still there. We're still live and waiting. Thank you, September, so very much. I love you. I'm grateful. You know that. He needs a break. That was rough. And it ain't none of nobody's business who has his daughter. He wants to protect her, and I'm glad he put a push to that. You leave that shit the whole F alone. But yes, that was Kasky, and that's who Danny's singing with in both of them songs I shared with you. He almost gave all that up for her. He did give it all up for her. And his life could have been in ruins. His poor mom. She loves him so much. She is a good mom. He's an only child. You hear his dad was in the services. They lived in Germany. Like, you all need to stop. And look, my husband brought me Dunkin' coffee. I like Dunkin' better than Starbucks. What are you guys thinking? I feel bad for him. I hate that he has to go through this, but it worries me a little bit for that young girl that's going to get on stand. My face is itchy. Oh, yeah, the baby went to the doctor. He came back quickly. Everything's fine. He got a common cold. The doctor laughed at my son because I made him bring him in. Sorry. She does need to be shut down. They both do. And you know what? We ain't going to do that. I'm just not going to let them anymore. I'm just going to clown the shit out of them. And I hope others will help me. Start making parody after parody after parody. Because after this, they're all going to have to sit the fuck down. That's for sure. I'm so tired of it. And you know what? Let's not forget Jody Sue and that neither. Because she's up there with them. She thinks because she was the neighbor or whatever. Fuck that hoochie too. I can't believe the way she spoke to me last night. Like, I'm up there trying to have an educated talk with her. Calling names, calling me fat, telling me I stink. Like, you're so fucking grown. You're so godly. Then she's going to call Danny's music the devil music. You know what? There's lots of music out there like that. Eminem and everybody. Go play your fucking bump your fucking hypocritical fucking Christian shit and kiss my whole ass. I haven't been watching her, but you know what? It's been a lovely break. Like, it's been like, I've really been into Quinton's case. I think after Quinton, I'm going to start following the trials on these channels. I think I might want to do trials. I like this. I like getting up early and being up with my grandbabies. It's helping me a little bit in my own life. She is the devil. I want to cover Wade Wilson. That's the funniest. My husband was supposed to do that with me yesterday. My life was, it's so chaotic in my house sometimes. My daughter's doing amazing today. She took the babies upstairs. I begged her, please. I also paid her $30. So she needed the money. It took an Uber trip away. Or DoorDash. They do DoorDash. My son does Uber.
This 2024 Google update lets you earn money by watching ads. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code.
She's just an idiot. Like, she's on it. She is truly an idiot. She really was on her like, you made your channel off of me. What? My channel was made before hers, my first one. She didn't make her channel until after she went on Ziggy's. Ziggy made her. Like, Ziggy makes most of them. She finally unblocks me in her chat, probably because I've been on here complaining, like, the bitch done blocked me. She's sitting there telling people I supported her. No prayer garden. I went on. It was like the first week you made your channel, I supported you. Yep. The first week. For real, for real. I got on your panel. I stuck up for you with Jody Sue because I done already knew about Jody Sue before you made your channel, proving to you that I had my channel first, right? So I jump up on your panel while Jody Sue is on. Well, no, Jody Sue came up. You and I both yelled at Jody Sue and then you blocked me. Are you working with Jody Sue? She probably is Jewish. She's probably, man, let me not say nothing. It'll sound racist. I'll tell him when he wakes up. I was so dead tired last night, laying in my bed. I seen that she was live. I put her on my phone. I heard her just for a minute. And I was like, she's saying what? She goes on Facebook. She takes heads off of Quinton, heads off of Summer. She puts their pictures. She never covered Quinton. She knows shit about the case. She's not watching the trial because she didn't even know facts from the trial. Up or back.
Okay, please bring up Ms. Simon. And Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at that table. We're back from break. Is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury? Okay, and Mr. Hilliard, you ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
Okay, please bring in the jury. Just a moment.
We're just back on the stand before we bring the jury in.
Yes. Daniel Youngkin. Okay, Mr. Youngkin, please take your seat once again in the witness stand. All right, Mr. Youngkin, you understand that you remain under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring out the jurors.
I stepped on the cord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And jurors, were you able to continue to comply with the court's instructions? Yes. All right, very well, thank you. Mr. Dean.
Danny, I think you were asked some questions on cross-examination about where y'all kept cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me again where you kept it?
There was a dresser across from the bed that was like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall.
Was there also a dresser next to the bed?
Yes, sir.
Which one was taller?
The one across from the bed.
And you're saying that's the one that y'all kept the cocaine in?
Yes, sir.
Why that dresser and not the other one?
Because it was taller and less. They couldn't reach it. The kids couldn't reach it.
I'd like to show you a picture and ask you can just explain to us which piece of furniture you're talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is image 44 from State's Exhibit 10. Are we seeing in this picture the piece of furniture that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Where in this piece of furniture or on this piece of furniture would you guys keep cocaine?
There's a shelf in there that's at the top, near the top, and then on top of it
And how do you open that piece of furniture?
with that door handle right there. Well, with that knob.
So you have to pull that knob to open it?
Yes, sir. And there's a shelf near that hinge, sort of at the bottom of it.
Like right here,
Like towards the bottom of it, yeah.
towards the bottom of the top hinge.
Yeah, there should be a shelf in there.
Did you ever see Quinton open that piece of furniture?
No, never.
If he had, was he able to open it to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was taller than he could reach.
And had he been able to open the door, would he have been able to reach to the top shelf?
No.
And are you saying that that's specifically why you kept it up there to keep it away from the kids?
Yes, sir.
Was Quinton able to get out of his pack and play?
No, sir.
How much were y'all paying for cocaine at this time?
Quite a little bit, actually.
What do you mean by that?
20 to 40 a bag.
And how much is a bag? Like how much are we talking about in a bag?
0.3, 0.5, something like that.
0.3 or 0.5?
Of a gram.
Okay, so less than a gram.
Yes.
And how much money is that, you said?
$40 would get you probably like a 0.5, maybe.
So did you consider cocaine to be expensive?
Yeah.
Were you all in the habit of just leaving it laying around?
No.
Once you bought cocaine, would you be careful to take care of it and safeguard it?
Yeah. As much as possible.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit 1 that was shown to you that I don't think was introduced into evidence. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Was Defense Exhibit 1 introduced into evidence formally?
Yes.
It was?
That's one. Or
That
defense
Exhibit
one. Oh,
1.
no, it was not.
I've marked it, the copy that I was given, it states Exhibit 87. Danny, you've identified these as text messages that you sent to the defendant over a period of time.
Yes, sir.
Right, I would introduce this as states 87.
Yes.
No objection. I was going to wait for the detective to cross mark it as defense 1 if that's okay. It states 87. I'm good with that, Jim.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, great. Now, I've given that copy to the witness, and I'm going to grab a copy on the clerk's table so that I can follow along myself, okay? Danny, what's the date and time of the message that you're looking at on the page that I've turned to?
October 1st, 2022, 1:34:29 a.m.
All right. And what did you say in this message?
I said, can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit.
What did you mean by don't ask me or tell me shit?
Just, I was unaware of her whereabouts or that she left or what she was doing.
What did you mean by fuck around? Just can't come in.
Do whatever she wanted to do.
Did you know what she was doing?
No, I didn't ever ask.
And that was at 1:34 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Can you flip to the page in front of that? What's the time of this message?
Is this the one from her? Is that what you were saying? Or is it, wait, at 1:34 or 12:27?
We'll just go up there. How about that?
Yeah, sorry. This is the one we were at. So, are you talking about this one? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Now, I've flipped forward a couple pages. What is the date and time of this message?
10/1/2022, 1:40:37 a.m.
That's like 5 minutes after the last one that we read.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to it, please. All right. And what did you say here?
That it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
Do you remember where, if anywhere, she had told you that she was going at this time?
No.
Did you know what she was doing?
No.
Did you have any suspicion as to what she was doing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
2:04. For however long she felt like staying there for.
All right. Can you turn to the next page? Yeah, the one in front of it. Okay, and this is what date and time?
10/1/2022, 2:19:08 a.m.
All right, so same morning, but like
40 minutes.
40 minutes later, or something like that.
40 or 50, yeah.
40 or 50
well, it's
minutes.
1:35, so 2:20, so 25, 20, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was she still gone at the time of this message?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say to her?
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond?
And you thought she was at 2:04?
Yeah.
Right. And that's where y'all would get drugs from?
Yes, sir.
I can take that back now. How far was let me ask you this. When we say 204 in an arc right lane, are we talking about the same place?
Yes, sir.
The drug dealer's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, if all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter, or all someone wanted to do, you, the defendant, whoever. If all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter to 204, aka Arkwright Lane, and buy drugs and then come home, how long would that take?
A maximum of like 40 minutes.
Were there times, perhaps including the time period encompassed in these messages that we've just gone through, where the defendant would go to 204 / AKA Arkwright Lane for longer than it would take to just buy drugs.
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of what you were complaining about in those messages?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hilliard asked you about those messages or some messages like them. Were you upset that she wasn't home with the drugs yet? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And you responded, no, I was just annoyed that she wasn't home yet, that she was still out.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86, Your Honor.
Has 86 been entered into, has it been admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor, that has not been offered yet.
All right, thank you.
I've handed the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Sir, if you could look through that, take it as long as you need, and then let me know when you're ready to talk about that document, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize that, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
And what is the start date of those messages?
10 o'clock, 10:04 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. What's the end date and time?
11. My last text message was 11:01 p.m. Her last text message was 11:10 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Is it fair to say that these are your text messages from that night?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict your text message communications that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's 87. No objection, Judge. And may I call it? 86. Pardon.
86.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to start towards the bottom of page 4. And let me ask you this. Can you see the screen from where you're at? You turn to the side, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
And can you read off of that screen all right? I don't know if it's one of those screens where if you're at an angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay. So from here on out, can we just work off the screen together, please?
Yeah,
I think that'd be easier.
absolutely.
This green message here, can you tell us the time of this?
6:20, 6:06 p.m. 10/4/2022.
Okay, so this is the evening of October 4th.
Yes, sir.
But this would be some hours before she left on this 204 trip, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And the next message here, what does this one say?
I'm gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32:20 on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that this message right here is basically like your first nighttime text message?
Yes, sir.
Between you and her? I know it's not your text message.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, what time did you respond to that?
10:32:41, so 20 seconds later.
Okay. And what did you say?
Oh, ... okay.
Now-
Space ...
Can I take from those two messages, well, the fact that she texts you, gonna run to 204, I guess. Can I take away from that she was already gone from the house at the time she sent that message to you?
Yeah, it was either that or she was sitting on the front porch.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
And your response, oh, okay. Why did you respond that way?
Because I was already laying down and ready to go to bed for the next morning to go to work at 6.
Were you surprised that she was
Yes.
all of a sudden going to 204 at this time of night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Considering that we had work and that she had just gotten her tooth pulled earlier that day.
And
These men of means with their silver spoons, what would become of them when they discover
2 minutes and 8 seconds on the 4th of October, 2022.
now, what time was the next message? And you can drop the seconds.
The next minute after, and she said, I will be, so she was responding, I'll be safe and I'll be quick, I promise.
And what did you say to that?
I hope so.
And that was like the same minute.
21 seconds left. Yes, sir.
And what did you say next?
3 minutes later, Paul showed up and is going to bed.
And can I presume that the defendant was still gone at this point?
Yes, sir.
What did she say to that?
Wow. Okay.
And then what did you say?
He said something about telling you he was on the way and then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over.
Can you just kind of explain to us what, it sounds like that's a reference to some.
Yeah, I think he had like an incident on the road on the way back to the house or something.
And then what's her next message to you?
At 10:41, she said, I'm about to turn onto 204. And I said, okay, at the same minute.
And what's the next message?
She said, no, he said in a little bit.
What is that a reference to?
I believe it's in reference to Paul. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
And then your next message, maybe that'll clarify.
That's what I said. Oh yeah, I remember it. Sorry.
Can you first read the message and tell us what this particular part of the exchange means?
That's what I said. You said, he said. But he said something about something about no, it was I'm on the way or something.
Was there, let me just ask you this, does this exchange refer to some sort of like miscommunication between the defendant and Paul about when exactly Paul was going to get out?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:44 at the top of page 7 of this document, what did you say?
Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what were you referring to here?
She left a little bit of Coke on the top of the dresser for me.
Was it in a bag or not in a bag or what?
I think it was a little line left out.
How much was it?
0.05 gram.
Was it the last? I'm going off of the text of the message here. Was it the last of what y'all had in the house at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you use it?
Yes.
I think. Well, let me ask you this. Earlier, I think Mr. Hilliard may have asked you, were you drugging and drinking at that time? And I think you said no. Was that an intentional misrepresentation?
No, it was not.
Do you remember coming up to Savannah maybe a month or so ago and sitting down to talk to me in preparation for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember our going through all these messages together?
Yeah, I do now.
And do you remember my specifically asking you what that text message meant?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember freely admitting to me at that time? that
Yes,
it was
I
a
do.
reference to a little bit of cocaine.
Yes, I do.
What's your next message here?
I just noticed it. Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. Sounds like I'm sleepily texting.
Why do you say that?
Because I barely understand what I'm saying.
Now, was this the point in the night where Paul was getting something to eat or drink in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
And how did she respond to that?
Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what did you say?
Gotcha.
Now, this next message, what time are we at here?
10:45.
And read to us what you say to her.
I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
Number of R's on the end of together there.
4.
What are you wanting to do at this point?
Go to sleep.
Do you know where you were in the house when you sent this message?
Laying in the bed.
What if anything was holding you back from going to sleep at this point?
Her being back.
Now, scrolling down to the top of page 8,
6 minutes later.
what did you say to her?
Or not.
Had she responded to your last message about come
No.
back so we can crash together?
No.
So you say or not, and what does she say?
I love you.
And what does she say next?
And I'm about to be walking to the car.
And what time was that message sent?
10:51.
In your response?
1 minute later, I said, oh, okay.
And your next message?
I guess I'm gonna eat this food and stay up for a few. So I guess I was sleepy.
Do you know what food you were referring to?
I believe it was the spaghetti.
What were you doing at this point in time?
Laying down in the bed and trying to wait on her.
As far as you were concerned, was the day pretty much over at this point?
Yes, sir.
And what was your next message and when?
10:56. I said, I no want to be tired or you be tired either. They.
And that was how long after the last message where you said, okay, yes, I'm going to try to stay up for a few minutes?
4 minutes.
You're still wanting to go to bed at this point?
Absolutely.
Just wanting her to come home so you can do that.
Yes, sir.
How did she respond to that?
I know, maybe.
And what did you say?
I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. And I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment.
And what time did you send that message?
1 minute later, exactly.
How are you feeling at this point?
Sad and tired.
Did she respond to that message?
No.
What's the next message?
4 minutes later, I said, moi.
What does that mean? I don't mean to embarrass you. I just don't know.
A
Who
kiss.
knows? All right. It's a text message representation of a kissing noise.
Yeah.
And when did you send that message?
4 minutes later.
What time of night?
11:01.
All right. 11:01 p.m. on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Did she respond to that message immediately?
No, it was 9 minutes later.
And what did she say?
The same thing.
Is that the last text message you sent to anybody that night?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. And at the time that you sent this message at 11:01 and didn't get a response, what were you doing?
I believe I went to sleep.
Okay. So if there has been maybe some lack of clarity at times as to whether you were
Awake or asleep.
asleep or going to sleep when she gets home from 2:04, could that be because you're sort of in the process of going to bed at that point?
Yes, sir. Based on my text messages and spelling, I can see that as well. And my lack of remembering correctly.
You mentioned that this was not a one-time thing where she would kind of go out and be gone and you don't know exactly what she's doing.
Yes, sir.
Is this sort of normal type of text messages for you to send to her during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Does anything in these text messages suggest that anything abnormal had happened in the house at this point?
No.
Now, going back to the morning of October 4th, before these messages, so let's go back to the dentist, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, actually, let's go to work before the dentist, right?
Yes, sir.
The two of you, did you drive to work together in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've talked about how you clocked out early to go to the dentist.
Yeah, to take her.
Did the two of you drive together in the journey to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was driving?
Me.
And then while she was at the dentist, you testified that you went to the liquor store.
Yes, sir.
And did you then come back to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to the liquor store from the dentist, did you walk or did you drive in the journey?
I drove in the journey.
And when you came back to the dentist, did you therefore drive back in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said from the dentist's office, you guys went to Cheddar's.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I believe it was in the same area.
Did you drive to Cheddar's in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that from Cheddar's you went home, right?
From my memory, yeah.
Okay. In any case, there was more driving in the journey that day.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you're home.
Yes.
Okay. At any point that day driving that car around, did you smell anything in the car?
No.
Smell any old food?
No.
Smell anything that caused you to go look around the car and see what that smell is?
No, sir.
One moment, please. So I'm showing you image 33 of State's Exhibit 10. this has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quinton's pillowcase as photographed by the police on October 5th. Have you now gotten a look at that?
Yes.
Do you remember ever seeing that?
No, sir.
If the police call, the call to the police was morning of Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
If that had been there Monday night, an all-day Tuesday, do you think you would have seen it at some point or been aware of it?
Yes, sir.
So do you think we can conclude from that then that it
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Can't conclude anything. Testify what he saw or heard.
Mr. Dean.
First, may I ask that we don't have speaking objections? And second, I will withdraw the question.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of an incident involving an accidental explosion of a package of rice cereal in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
And that was a car you drove pretty much every day?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Youngkin, it's your testimony that you slept in that room the entire evening of October 4th until the early morning hours of October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The same room that Quinton, Zane, and Sky were in, correct?
It's 2 rooms together, but
Are there any walls that divide it?
no.
It's wide open, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you saw the kids okay, and you told them you saw the kids okay when you left at 5:30 that morning, correct?
I was mistaken.
Well, you're mistaken now, but you weren't then. The first time you spoke was on October 5th, wasn't it, Mr. Youngkin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was mistaken then.
Mr. Youngkin, just a moment. Your objection?
2 objections. 1, asked and answered previously. 2, beyond the scope of recross examination.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard to ask those questions.
I really won't, Judge. It's not that big of a deal. Mr. Youngkin, you testified on redirect a minute ago that you were a responsible cocaine addict and you only put the cocaine on top of the testify.
I didn't
correct?
say I was responsible.
Okay. Well, you put it in a place that only the kids couldn't get it. Well, let me ask you this. You also testified a few minutes later, didn't you, that you couldn't read your own text messages because you weren't making sense. You were either tired or intoxicated, correct? Yes or no?
I was tired.
Well, that's your explanation, but you're also intoxicated. You admitted to doing cocaine and alcohol that evening, correct?
That's a matter of opinion.
Now, you were asked whether or not you saw this pillow, right? Mr. Dean just asked you about that.
He asked me if I had seen it prior to the 5th. Yes.
Right. Let me ask you this. At any point in time on October 5th, did you ever speak to anyone about an overwhelming smell of vomit emanating from the crib?
No.
Did you smell vomit?
No.
Were you sleeping in that room all night?
Yes.
And you woke up, correct? Got ready for work and left that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that you smelled vomit?
No, I was asleep.
All the question like that.
All right, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Youngkin, you are excused, sir. Is there any reason to retain this witness? Let me ask that. Under subpoena.
May I have 1 moment on that question, Your Honor? No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Youngkin, you're excused, sir.
Yay! I'm glad he doesn't have to do it no more. You did great, Danny. Lots are proud of you.
All right, Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
David Mullins.
David Mullins. He's on his way. All right.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is David Mullen.
Normal spelling of David.
Yep, D-A-V-I-D, last name M-U-L-L-E-N.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
Currently Springfield, Georgia.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a warehouse manager.
And where do you work?
Currently work for a company called Unis.
How long have you been in warehouse or freight operations?
A little over 12 years.
In October of 2022, where were you working and what were you doing?
I was working for a company called Eclipse Advantage. We were a warehouse labor provider.
And where specifically did you work?
In the Port Wentworth location, I was the facility manager for the company.
And what was this location specifically?
Inside of NFI's warehouse. Turn the street address.
Does Littlehurst sound right?
101 Littlehurst.
101 Littlehurst in Port Wentworth?
Yep.
And you said this is an NFI warehouse?
Correct.
What is NFI?
NFI is a third party.
My hands are a little busy right now. I'm packing a cone. I think that this might be their boss. That's what it sounds like, a warehouse. That's where Leilani, her brother, and Danny were working.
Party contracted logistics provider in that particular building. They were contracted by Target to process freight for them, and we were subcontracted by NFI to provide labor.
Okay. So NFI has a contract with Target, and it's their building.
Yes.
And then Eclipse, the company that you work for, did what now?
We provided labor, the actual manpower of actually loading the boxes into the trailers for NFI.
What exactly would go on there?
Basically, it was a 24-hour day operation, scheduled for 7 days a week. Shifts were often canceled, however, by NFI due to lack of work. So we would have people that would unload containers, get the freight onto the floor, onto carts. The carts would be pushed over to the outbound side, where my team would take over and load the boxes into the trailers off the carts.
And where do the trailers go from there?
They go to Target's distribution centers.
Okay, so what's happening here is taking stuff out of shipping containers and putting it in trucks to be driven where it needs to go. Okay. In your capacity as what was your position again, you said at that time?
I was the warehouse facility manager.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you meet the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Paul Simon?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet all these people?
They're all employed by Eclipse. So they all reported up through other people to me.
And what did they do for Eclipse during the time period we're talking about, October 2022?
They were responsible for loading trailers. So when the cart would get pulled over to the door, it was their responsibility to take the boxes off of that cart and stack it as high and tight as possible inside of the trailer.
Is there security at that building, or was there security at that building at the time?
Yes.
That affected employees going in and out
Yes.
to and from work? Can you tell us about that, please?
So there were metal detectors. There was a staff security operation right at the front entrance to the building. So all employees had to go through the metal detectors. For any reason the metal detector went off, security would then wand them. Now checking for metal objects, making sure that nothing was being brought into the operation. They're also responsible for keeping an eye on associates leaving to make sure that no product was leaving.
All right, and what did that involve?
Basically a cursory glance 9 times out of 10. If someone was leaving with the bag, they would ask them to open the bag and peek inside the bag.
Okay, so employees even leaving work have to go through security?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't think I was going to go to college or anything. Graduating here with honor.
So we used a timekeeping system where every employee had their fingerprint that was biometrically registered. So when they would come in for the day, they would put their finger up against the fingerprint reader. It would record their time in, and same thing for their time out.
Did you have the ability to, if somebody had left and forgotten to clock out, did you have the ability to manually clock them out? And how would you do that?
That would be off my computer terminal, either myself or the human resources manager, and the supervisors on the floor also had access to that.
Did at some point during the investigation of this case, did the FBI make contact with you?
Yes, they did.
And was there a Chatham County police detective there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they asking you for?
They asked me for if I had any time card records of the defendant or Danny Youngkin or Paul Simon.
And were you able to pull responsive documentation?
Yes.
And did you give time cards for the 3 of them
Yes.
to the FBI? Do you see in front of you 3 documents marked as States Exhibits 36, 37, and 38?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what those documents are?
Yep, those are printouts of the time cards.
Are those copies of what you gave to the FBI during the investigation?
Yes, they are.
And did those time cards reflect when you hit export or print and produce them?
Yes, they do. They are time stamped at the top, time and date.
And what was the date that you produced those to the FBI?
That was October 6th.
Okay. Are these timesheets we're looking at, are these maintained in the ordinary course of business at Eclipse?
Yes.
And do they reflect things as they happened at the time that they happened? Like they say somebody clocked in at this time, that's
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And they're kept on file?
Yep.
Do you consider them business records of Eclipse Advantage?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these in as 36, 37, and 38.
No objection, Your Honor.
36, 37, and 38 are admitted without objection.
All right, I would like to, now, let me pull these up, and I just want to ask you a couple questions about them.
Sure.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 36. whose time card is this?
That is Leilani Simons.
And can we see here the date and time that you produced this document?
Yep, October 6th, 2022 at 3:54 p.m.
Okay, so that date and time reflects when you printed it out or something.
Correct.
If it was produced on Thursday, October 6th, 2022, can I take it then that on the last page at the bottom, that is the day represented by this Thursday here?
Yes.
Okay. And that would make this Wednesday above it
Yes.
October 5th?
Yep.
Okay, and then the Tuesday above that, October 4th?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this column over here, what does this reflect?
That was the scheduled time that was input by one of the regional managers.
Okay, so we're talking about the just so the record's clear, I should be a little better about this. We're talking about the second column from the left?
Yes.
Okay. And let me actually back out and just have you talk about these columns generally. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit.
Yep, certainly.
Leftmost column says date.
Yep.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
Next column says schedule, and you just talked about that, right?
Correct.
What does the next column mean?
That is a system notated absence.
And the next column?
That is their pay code. So if an employee who typically would work on first shift works on second shift, you would see a pay code update there.
And the next column?
That is the amount of time.
And then I think the next few columns are the ones that we're most concerned with. That's the in, out, transfer, in, out, transfer. Can you tell us what those things refer to?
Yep. So that is the actual punches. So for example, looking at what is on the screen, that very first in punch you see where it says 6:09, that was the clocked in time for that particular day.
Okay. And then the next column would be the clock out time or
Correct.
punch out time. Okay. Let's go back down now with that background to Tuesday, October 5th. And again, we're in the defendant's timesheet right now, correct?
Yes.
What does this reflect in terms of what she was scheduled to work that day?
She was scheduled to work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And what does it reflect in terms of when she actually clocked in?
She clocked in at 6:08, which then flagged for a supervisor to approve. That was approved. That's what that check mark is. The approval basically just means it was acknowledged that the employee was not on time or did not punch within the 5-minute parameters before or after the scheduled punch.
And then what does the next column over reflect?
That would be the out punch for the day, which was 7:57 in the morning.
So that's pretty early, right?
Yes.
Do you remember why?
She had a toothache. So her and Danny one of the two of them had texted my work phone and said that she had a toothache. It was reported to the supervisor on the floor. The supervisor agreed to let them leave for her to go and get the tooth looked at.
Now, what does her time card reflect in terms of Wednesday, October 5th?
She did not come into work.
What is that? Yeah, I see the word excused there. What does that mean?
That is acknowledging that the employee was not in. We had to either mark it as no call, no show or excused. No call, no show could lead to termination very quickly. So usually absences were marked as excused.
Now, Daniel Youngkin's timesheet, is it substantially the same setup?
Yes.
All right. And that Tuesday and the third line from the bottom, would that be October 4th?
Yes.
And what does that show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And is that the same shift as the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And what does it show in terms of when he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:06 in the morning, again, over that 5-minute threshold, so it had to be acknowledged.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked in that day?
Yes.
And when does it show in terms of when he clocked out?
He clocked out at 7:56 in the morning.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked out that day?
Yes.
Is this early clock out also attributable to the dentist trip?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Wednesday, October 5th, what does this show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And did he complete that shift?
No, he did not.
When does it show that he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:11 in the morning.
And then what time was the clock out?
The clock out was at 9:15 in the morning.
What does this little check mark mean up here?
That means that was manually entered because he did not hit the time clock.
Okay. Did you do that?
It was either myself or it was Chris, the human resources manager. I believe it was myself though, because I encountered him.
Do you know why he didn't manually clock out when he left that day?
He was in an extreme rush when he was leaving. I actually encountered him as he was leaving the building.
Can you tell us about that encounter?
Sure. As I was walking into the building, security popped their head out the door and said, "Hey, someone just ran out the door." I looked over and saw Danny getting into his car. I walked over to Danny and said, "Why did you run out of the building? You have to let security check you out."
Were you able to observe his demeanor and appearance at this time?
Yes, he appeared frantic. Is probably the best word I can use to describe. He was crying, very upset. You could hear it in his voice. Something was not right.
Did you see tears coming out of
Yes,
his
I did.
face, out of his eyes, and were
Yes.
they coming down his face as well?
Yes,
Did it appear genuine to you?
very
It's actually
much.
not. Cause for speculation.
Did either Danny or the defendant ever come back to work in Eclipse after
No,
Danny's departure on October 5th?
no.
Did he leave anything at work that day when he ran out and you saw him frantic in the parking lot?
Yes, he did. He had left a jacket with a pack of cigarettes in it down on the dock.
And did you return that to him?
Yes, I did. One of the leads had turned it into the office. We had it in the office for probably a couple of weeks. Danny then reached out, asked via text message if we knew where his jacket was. I got his address in North Carolina and mailed it to him.
How long was it, as best you remember, between when you saw him run out of the warehouse or saw him in the parking lot after having run past security and having not remembered to clock out, that he asked you for his jacket back?
It had to be at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Did it seem to you that he had forgotten about it?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
Withdrawn. Let me ask you about Paul Simon's timesheet, States Exhibit 38, okay?
Yep.
Now, I just want to go to Tuesday, October 4th. First of all, is it the case that he did not work Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, or
Correct.
Thursday, October 6th, 2022?
Correct.
All right, so the last day he worked there, at least at the time that this was produced, would have been Tuesday, October 4th.
Yes.
Now, there is a lot going on here in these columns.
Yep.
For Tuesday, October 4th. Can you, first of all, tell us, was he scheduled to work this day?
In the system, no, but he was on the schedule for the day.
Okay, and can you tell us what these entries indicate in terms of what happened with his clock ins and clock outs that day?
Yep. So he came in early that day. He came in at 11:58.
Would that be AM?
Correct.
Sorry. Okay. So just before noon.
Correct.
All right. And what's the next thing that happened?
The next thing you see is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That was the end of first shift, so we had to allocate his hours from shift to shift. So in that next column where you see transfer, you see WG1 / unload. WG1 stood for work group 1, so first shift.
And what's the next entry?
That is a clock back in at 2:01. As he never did leave, that's the only way we could update his hours to reflect into that second shift.
And the next entry?
That would be his out punch for lunch break at 5:33
PM?
Correct.
Okay.
That next column is allocating from 2:01 to 5:33 into second shift, i.e. WG2.
All right. And then what happened next in terms of his activity there on the on October 4th?
Yep, so then he punched back in at 6:05 p.m. from lunch. And then he punched out for the day at 9:56 p.m.
And was that it for Paul on October 4th?
On that day, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that he clocked in for work around noon, took a half-hour break around 5:30, came back to work, and then left work around 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Just a few. Good morning, Mr. Mullins. My name is Mark Hilliard. How are you, sir?
Good.
So you were the direct supervisor for Paul Simon, Nalani Simon, and Danny Youngkin back in October of 2022, correct?
I was the dotted line supervisor.
Were you the one that they mostly interacted with regards to clocking in, checking out, getting excused, things like that?
Myself or the supervisors.
Well, I guess, let me just jump to this. Did you know Miss Simon back then?
Yes.
Interact with her?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Paul Simon at that point?
Yes, I did.
By looking at him?
Yep.
Did you know Mr. Danny Youngkin by interacting with them?
Yes.
So if you passed them on the street, you'd know who they were, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see this on the sheets, but the regular shift was from 6 to 2?
Yes.
For Mr. Youngkin and Miss Simon, correct?
Yes.
And the regular shift for Paul Simon, I think, was like 2 to 10.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the general shifts they worked. What was your shift usually?
My shift was typically more of a mid shift. So I would get in typically between 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. and I'd work over into that second shift so I could interact with both shifts.
So you could kind of bridge the gap. You would,
yes.
You know, Leilani and Danny would get there a little bit before you, and they would leave a little bit before you left. And generally speaking, Paul would get there a little bit before you left every day.
Yes.
So and how often would you say you interacted with them?
Typically at least once every 2 days. Again, my responsibility is more running the business. They would have a lot of interaction with the daily floor leadership.
Okay. And you said if they were more than 5 minutes late, they had to get a supervisor to check their timesheet and to approve it, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was, any time that you were late, and I guess it didn't matter if you were clocking in, going to lunch, or whatever, the supervisor would have to approve that, and that's what those little check marks were. Did y'all have any policy about smoke breaks or anything like that?
No firm policy. If the team was standing around waiting for work, they could go have a cigarette. To do that, they had to leave the floor, go through a security checkpoint, but still stay within the premises of the building.
Okay, so was it like a designated area that they would
Yes.
have to go to? And is that where all the employees and supervisors had to go to smoke?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever see Miss Simon out there smoking?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Youngkin?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not prying, I'm an ex-smoker, but did you smoke with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you see him out there? I'm not, it's no Would you see them once a week, once a day? I mean,
That's usually where I interact with them the most, honestly. So once every 2 days.
so
on
that's,
average.
that's where you'd see them all was out there smoking, correct? And you said you returned Mr. Youngkin's jacket to him?
Yes.
And in the jacket was a pack of cigarettes?
Yes.
And what type of cigarettes did Mr. Youngkin smoke?
I don't recall. I want to say, I'm not positive, but I want to say it was like Marlboro menthol or something.
And you smoked with him on more than one occasion in the
Yes.
smoke break, I guess the smoke break area?
Yep.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness under subpoena?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, your next witness. While we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen,
Other than that, ready to
y'all want to stand up and take a little stretch break? Need a break. All right. Let's take
Sorry, I had to do it. Stretch, everybody stretch. Follow the judge. I think it's actually Mr. Dean, but we'll call him Mr. Bean. Here, while they're stretching. Mr. Bean's on the stand. Break time. Mr. Bean's up. We'll leave his picture up. I'm going to leave that tab up. Nah, Mr. Clean's sexier than him. That dude looks like Mr. Bean or Ben Stein. Roanoke.
So we'll bring the jurors back in by 11:45. Everyone have a seat. Mr. Dean, the next witnesses you have.
Mr. Bean.
Witnesses, and I know that's relative.
So the next witness I would call.
Danny did. He did amazing. I'm so proud of him. Mama. Okay, let's listen a minute.
From my perspective, she's going to be a short witness because she did not, in fact, meet the defendant for an Oragel handoff. I don't know what Mr. Hilliard is going to try to do with it else.
And then who would be the witness that you would call after Misty?
When you need strong protection, I mean a very serious one, a powerful shield for your privacy online, you better take Surfshark, an easy way to stay private online.
This is the easiest decision you'll make during your pregnancy. Palmer's Pregnancy Skincare for stretch marks and scars.
Witnesses, are they relatively short witnesses? And I know that's relative.
So the next witness I would call, because of where we are today, would be Melissa Missy Gray, aka Misty. From my perspective, she's going to be a short witness because she did not, in fact, meet the defendant for an Orajel handoff. I don't know what Mr. Hilliard is going to try to do with her though. So.
And then who would be the witness that you would call after Misty?
You gonna make me reveal that, Your Honor?
No, I'm not gonna make you reveal that. Is it a relatively short witness or a more involved witness?
Probably more involved than Missy.
Okay,
Sure.
and I'm just asking in terms of time. So my thought is that we'll proceed with Misty when she comes back, and then we'll see where we are before the next witness. That may be a good time to take a break. All right, we're in recess until 11:40.
My daughter is giving me a worse time than the babies right now. I missed what they said. What did they say after Misty? The baby's mad because she gave him a Gerber thing. Let me start my camera. One of them squeezy pouches that they have of baby food. And he ran out and he's pissed and he wants a bottle. And she couldn't figure out why he was crying. Give him a damn bottle. He has to have a bottle at lunch, right? He has to have a bottle. But who did they say was coming out after Misty? Paul? I'm not buffering. Can you guys see me? Am I buffering for you guys? Oh my God. Oh, they didn't say? Okay. All right. I'm going to put Tabby Cat's video on. I have to go find her page. Hold on. Did you tag me? I hope she tagged me. She did. Good. Okay. All right. Let's go see what she's saying here. Oh, it won't let me click. Here's something. Hey, Crypt Keeper and BJ, how much dough did you two grift off Quinton's name? You know, for a trip to Georgia that will never happen, to donate casket, which the company who does it donates and asks for small donations. Just wonder and click on the picture to make it bigger. Honey, it won't let me click it. I don't know what to do, but I can try to read what I could see. You know what, guys? Hold on a minute. She's teasing the baby. Get him a damn bottle. I think Abdias is getting a bottle. Please pray for me and my family. I wish this on no one ever. Nana's love is Billy. I want Quinton to be in lights. Maybe he can have a law like the Florida law that protects families. Oh, Tabby, you shared these before. I remember these. I just want justice for my sweet boy Quinton. I messaged someone who broke my trust. They acted like it was a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry is all I got. It's not from Share. It's not true. If it's not from Share, it's not true. I remember these. Thoughts and theories in shitty tabloids. A statement for Baba. Nana's love. Please bring Cher to me, please. Please help her get to me. FBI won't allow any help from anybody in the search. Please light up money for Cher, please. Y'all have no idea what she's been for me. Please pray the police find all they need soon. Pray my baby is in my arms because I'm going to hold him no matter what. I'm going to love him no matter what. Please help Share PayPal, Cash App. Share's PayPal and Cash App. I want Cher to make money to come see me. I feel a connection with Cher way beyond comprehension. Why would anyone think she's innocent? Why would anyone think Danny is innocent? Why would anyone think the babysitter is innocent? Let me go to her page. Let me mute a minute and go see what's going on with my daughter. I'll be right back. I apologize. The baby got fat. That's what that was. The baby got fat. He doesn't fit in his car seat no more. They had to loosen the straps, and my daughter was trying to put him in, and the straps were too tight. And now he's crying again. Please go help them. Jesus. Sorry. I apologize. He wants his bottle. Give him the bottle. She super chatted a creator last night, $50. Who, BJ did? The 2-year-old sitting in there looking at them like they're all dumb. The adults, not the baby. Crazy. I haven't watched any of it. I don't care. I don't care if they say anything about me. I don't care about none of it. The truth's going to come out. We're going to hear from the jury. The jury's going to make the decision. The judge is going to make a ruling. They're going to sentence Leilani. And everybody is going to get justice for Quinton. Quinton is going to get justice. That's what's going to happen. And all of them are going to be eating shit. You know what? Tabby, I'm putting your video on. We got a little while. But I want to share this again. I'm one of them people that listen to songs over and over and over and over. This is my jam.
Yeah. Look. Been a lot of haters call it quits. Being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip. Squirt to that trigger finger, make that 38 squirt. 51 and 50, bitch, I'm crazy like my net worth. Oh, you stupid, boy, you looking silly. Talking shit about the wolf, I knock that fruit up out your nougat. Student, make a pupil educated. Dropping LSD and make your pupils dilated. Take a breather, the best of y'all ain't fucking with me neither. Born in December, rock a hoodie, bring a heater, too cold. No silver spoon up in the soup bowl. Now the cabinet's elaborate. I don't even know how to open up the champagne bottle on the shelf. Shots of King Louis when they told me I should sip. Yup, stay storm, that's a promise. That ain't just an honor to the fallen, it's a homage, no bondage. The Chevrolet is blacker than the onyx on the pinky ring, partner. Don't tell me to be honest, cause I ain't never lied to kick it with you fucking lames. If it ain't the truth, then I don't say a fucking thing. Wood dripping like the handle on the meat cleaver, swinging like a killer to this beat. I'm a beef feeder. Pigs too, fuck you, bacon, chicken, fish. Eat that pussy, but I don't eat with no pussy, bitch. Peeling out wheels, smoking like this mic cord. White walls like the inside of a psych ward. Been a lot of haters call it quits. Being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip.
It's been a problem, and I'm cool with all the shooters, cause I've been around them. Black sheep, but my gang good, Dennis robbing. Try to cross, what's the score? I forget about them. Hey, I've been on my diamond pinky ring shit to check the kingship. And I tatted up the face so I look distinguished. So my enemies know I ain't hiding, get relinquished. Call my 45 to loose lips and love to sing shit. I go real raw, and my lips are like the package sealed off. All that talking on the internet shit get you killed off. This Glock hit you in the head, it's like a steel bar. I'm the same kid that had the Xanax in a kill jar. Tantalize it, count the money twice, overanalyze it. Got the car, ain't just hit the walls, man, I vandalize it. She got it on herself, it look like hand sanitizer. You going broke, homie, I can't advise you. Bitch, I made gold with the drug that they gave me. Yeah, I'm an old soul who done signed up the baby. And me and Yellow Wolf made this tape, so there ain't no debating. Ay, we the hardest rappers ever came at the shady. That's an invitation to you imitators. Make an example out of you, you be a demonstrator. Cause I've been all around the world and never been a hater. Knock your lights out and turn my power on generator.
Been a lot of haters call it quits. Being with this head rapping shit. Been a lot of warnings, but I just been a lot of corners in that whip.
It's been a problem, and I'm cool with all the shooters, cause I've been around them. Black sheep, but my gang good, Dennis robbing. Try to cross, what's the score? I forget about them.
Here, let's do their new one. Fuck it. Monetize. They may make me take this
Hair
back.
no go bears. Ooh, I love these. The ones right.
Wonder if I turn the monetization off. I don't even think I turned it on. It don't matter. I gotta check.
It, but for a deer, it gets. I'm gonna sit this one out. It tastes too good.
So this is Kasky, not this one, but Kasky, the other one with the tattoo face. He is who Danny sings them 2 songs with that I've been sharing. I talked about it a little earlier. That's where Danny's headed. And that's what I want people to see, that that's where he was headed before Leilani. And Leilani brought him down. Like, you could see it. You know what I mean? And now he's sober, and I'm so happy to see him. He made another song with Kasky. That helps my heart. Kasky and Yellow Wolf do like a million songs together. Everybody know who Yellow Wolf is, right? It's the next generation, guys. You're looking at it. And they got it, and they're going to do it. And Danny got a lot to be proud of. He's on the big things.
Trailer in the sky.
This is a stick up, a hickory stick up. When I was in trouble, I had to pick my own switch up. Cried so hard that I used to get the hiccups. Boy, shake it off, boy, pick the bottom lip up. I pop the trunk, I pop the trunk, I pop the trunk. I popped the trunk in 08 in Bessemer. Tuscaloosa Ave, I was a hip-hop messenger. Too bad my own city acts like I'm a leper, bruh. But it ain't the majority. It's the Bible thumping non-important authorities who enjoy destroying me in the papers like orgies. Upset, nobody's been this influential before me. Of course, me, just a white boy from the lower streets of a South 11th home where I learned to destroy beats. But I just sit back and laugh with all this cash. They can kiss my white tattooed ass because
Someday we will all get high. Someday we will all get high. Someday in that double wide. Someday we will all get high in that double wide. Trailer in the sky. Trailer in the sky. Trailer in the sky.
but now I never pardon my French. I just fly to Paris, hit the bar with the French. They said I was too careless with my art and my pen, but you could suck a golf ball out of my cardigan. I'm low fashion like that, still American like that. Who said I couldn't be dad? I'm parenting like that. I'm raising up new G's, I'm making bosses in fact. I just ain't hanging around except for my closet rack, it's all facts. So if you wanna get stoned and drunk, but you're still living in a trailer park home, look up. Because you'll be stuck in a 9 to 5 until you're 85. So look alive, ignore the book of lies. Cause
Someday we will all get high. Someday we will all get high. Someday we will all get high. We will all get high. Someday in that double wide. Someday we will all get high in that double wide. Trailer in the sky. Trailer in the sky. Someday we will all get high. Someday we will all get high in that double wide. Trailer in the sky.
Jesus. Kids. Anyways, that's what Danny was on to before Leilani, and that's what he's going to be on after Leilani. And one day his daughter's going to see the shit from that. I've had faith in this young man since the first time I've heard his songs, the first time I've reached out to his mom. And if y'all don't want to agree, don't agree. But I'm going to tell you who's going to agree. Is that jury at the end of this and that judge. And yins are all going to see it, and you're seeing the facts. Leilani was a hoochie. She cheated on him with the dealer, right? She would never come home. He had to go out and search for her and text her, please, baby, come home. Come lay with me in the bed. every night. And now my other kid's home. Let's put on Tabby Cat's video.
So, like, not only did Crypt Keeper coach them to steal the signs and kind of like, stir it up with the protesters because she didn't like the protesters outside the house, which I can kind of understand because to me, the nighttime people, the yelling, the screaming, the carrying on, the horn honking, the baby cry, the shouting and stuff late at night when there are people that were ill and on hospice and children in the neighborhood. That was pretty much, like a riot. It wasn't protesting. Protesting to me is maybe standing with a sign across the way or somewhere or marching. Keep moving, keep your mouth shut, express yourself, but do it in a mannerly, respectful way. That's protesting to me. What I saw the nighttime people protesting, it wasn't. However, here's the video that I have been hunting for. BJ. Oh my God. You lied. You lied to the Elliott. Told them there's nothing illegal going on here. I didn't steal the signs. They were on my property. No, they weren't, dear. They were in the public easement. You knew they were in the public easement. And you then turned around and hid them in the backyard, the same backyard that your daughter was questioned in, which we saw on trial yesterday's trial when the police came and questioned her in the backyard about what happened to Quinton. She went to the Chevron, she said. However, in all fairness and fair use copyright law 107, I'm going to show this because I think it's very interesting. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
Going through my house might be a little dark because
they're saying, please, Billy, put sprinklers
don't have a
out
lot
on
of
them.
lights on. While I get me a t-shirt and find out where my signs are, I know they brought back in here. Where's my signs?
Your signs? No, honey, you stole those signs from the public easement from the people who paid for them to put them there. You stole those signs. They weren't your signs. Okay, I got the video of when he got arrested, and you had fully outright said, the police said I have to let them stand here on the public easement, but I'm not going to let them. Oh, I got it out of your mouth, sweetie pie, and I'm going to play it. It'll be on tomorrow.
Can I have them, please?
You want justice and the justice.
Okay.
There they are, right in her
Pose
hand.
them.
I'm going to put them up. Somebody gonna help me?
And Crypt Keeper coached it on. She's sitting there laughing about it.
So I'm doing it. Yes. Whether it's a good idea or not, I'm doing it. I'm tired of this crap.
Really, you were tired of that crap, so you're going to do it anyway. Wait, I got more tomorrow. And I'm also going to be posting up some stuff that, I think maybe, should be seen. Maybe. Or I might just send them privately. But either way, I am going to let you know right now some more stuff that I have is coming up tomorrow. I have my right to my opinion. I'm going to say my opinion, whether you like it or not, Grandma. In my opinion, little Quinton did not deserve to be treated like this. He deserved to have a happy life. He deserved to have a happy home, a nice clean bed that didn't smell of vomit. That when that lady talked about that today, I cried my eyes out, and I'm in a car. And I hear that she said it smelled like vomit. I'm crying. How could somebody hurt a baby? Any baby. How could this person, this monster mother, hurt her baby? And then I see this video she makes about to Danny that my heart just was like, what the hell? Girlfriend, you're sitting there driving and pretend you're crying I mean, I can make my eyes water too and cry and pretend. So you're driving a car, you're videoing, which is against the law, by the way. You're turning around and you're like, saying all these things. Not once did I heard you loved the one baby, loved the other baby, loved the boyfriend, but you did not say you loved Quinton. If you hated him that much because you hated his birth father, you should have turned around and given him to the birth father or had him adopted out, period. You don't kill a baby. There's a place called safe havens. They're at hospitals and fire stations. You can't handle having a baby. That's where you should have took him. It breaks my heart to hear somebody like you say those kind of things. And then watching this trial, it's sad enough. But then you got Crypt Keeper over there who's not made alive about this, surprisingly enough, because she's too busy choking on that sour candy right now and the egg on the face and all. Yeah, it's all coming back now, huh? Truth is coming out. And it's all in her words on video. She went to the Chevron, my behind. $80? You owed money to somebody? $80? You sat in wait for a garbage truck to come and take a dumpster with the baby in it. That baby laid in a landfill under thousands of feet of garbage. That angers me so much. And the people, the LE, the FBI, the Quantico people, all these people that were involved in finding Quinton and bringing him some kind of justice, and the people now that are bringing him some kind of justice, I say good for them. But you know what? The one person who should have been for that child, who should have told the truth, who had a DNA connection, was the evil monster mom. And what does she do in court? She cries not for her son. She's sitting there boo-hoo-hooing over the video that's being shown of her crying, pretend crying, and screaming out that she's not loved by anybody. Really? Really? You were never homeless. You did live with his mother, remember? You were never homeless. Okay? So that was a lie. I mean, I just was like, wow. The things that you've said, and yes, I have followed this case, and the garbage that comes out of some people's mouths, voices behind the wall, I'm telling you now, girlfriend, you need to be off these cases. You should be held accountable for interfering with this case. You should be held accountable for scamming and grifting off of people for money for a casket that you could have gotten, you got supposedly, and in my opinion, from a organization that does them for free for children who are found dead that otherwise can't afford a casket. They did one recently for a little girl a year ago. Remember Athena, I think her name was, found at the side of the road. They made a casket and sent it up to the brought it up to the family. Remember? I think her name was Athena, allegedly. But you sitting and say, oh, I'm taking donations. Really? They left me in charge. Woo, woo, woo. I feel proud of myself. I'm in charge to pick it out. I'm in charge to be in charge of the funeral. You know what? You're nothing. You're a scam artist. You're a liar. What about all that money you scammed for a wedding that you're supposed to be going to have with your husband that never happened? Huh? You remember that scam? Yeah, I'll play this game. You got people pretending to be press who copies their press pass off the internet and says, oh, I'm press. You have to do what I say. I have a credential. Bull. It's called copying it on a hard piece of cardboard paper off the internet and
Let's
putting
not
it in a
forget
little billfold
Summer's
carry
case.
around your neck. You know what? Next time somebody says that to anybody, hey, I'm media, I work at, you know what you should do? Run a check on it. Make sure that they are. Call the company they claim they work for and make sure. Because I'll tell you something, it sucks being on its stand and the judge asks you that question and you're like, well, I made it. I made it off the internet. Duh. I'm just special. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of that too. I got the riot. I got the baby cry thing. I got the girl calling out Lailani who's running down the driveway where mommy's trying to pull her back. Oh yeah, that's a doozy. Let me ask you a question. I agree with that girl's one question. Maybe you can answer it for me, Crypt Keeper, since you seem to know everything. Hmm? Why did the cameras not work the day that Quinton was taken to the garbage can, the dump? Why did all of a sudden, when people came out to protest, they call it protesting, I call it something else, protest, and then all of a sudden the cameras were working, huh? How that happen? Magic? I just want to know. You know, it's just Tabby Cat has been following this case, people, and it's a sin when I'm playing and stuff. But it's just all the if she thought that the protesters were making a mockery of this case, making it a circus, girlfriend, you were doing a fair share of it too with a bunch of other people. Mm-hmm. You were doing a fair share. You were sitting there boasting about it. Say justice for Queen. Huh? Don't worry. Tomorrow I got more to come. I'm taking a break. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice evening.
Here's the truth, Cher. I've been quiet about you in both cases because of my friendship with Danny's mom. Danny testified today. I'm going to also bring everything you did in Summer's case out. This is enough. What the reason I followed Quinton's case, is for the simple fact of what you did in Summer's case. I've always given Cher credit. She did some amazing interviews with Dawn. I've used those interviews many times in my videos because I think they were worth listening to. Not only for answers about Summer, but for her participation behind the scenes and things. How she would have Dawn on piano and go shh, 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 and all that other stuff. Yeah, those interviews were amazing, Cher. And we're going to show the world exactly what it is you do in these cases as well. Okay? Just saying. Now, there was something else I wanted to show you guys. Oh, yeah. Speaking of the tragedy pimps, Cher's not the only one. There's some from Facebook, too. That needs to be stopped. I think I found one of the Betty Mary videos I was looking for when Billy stole the signs. I couldn't find it. I have it. We'll share it at some point during this trial because when this trial is over, I'm done with Quinton's case. When Justin, oh Jesus, I'm trying to mix names together. When Quinton gets justice, I'm done with Quinton's case. Unless somebody wants to say, we'll see. We'll see. People keep talking, I'm going to say shit. Hold on.
Neighbors are like, we're gonna go searching woods and all this. Maybe they did made a video. I know this area. Yeah, I know they did they? They was too busy getting gifts on the side of the road all day and stuff delivered and just bragging away. I'm not
Never mind. I'm sitting here fucking talking and the trial's back on. I'm gonna go back and see how much we missed. About 10 minutes. I hope you guys want to stay a little longer. Everybody's leaving. It's going to be quiet here, so.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Please have a seat. And were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to do research or discuss the case? All right, very good. Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Melissa Bray.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Hello, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Bray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes.
Where do you live? Not the street address, but the general area.
Off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm going to ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can.
Okay.
So could you just, closer to the microphone? Be good.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
And you mentioned Ogeechee Road.
Yes, Ogeechee Road.
And then I think you said Azalea as well.
Azalea Trail Park.
Now, how long have you lived there for?
I have lived there for about 4, maybe going on 5 years.
And in those 4, maybe going on 5 years, have you lived in the same residence at Azalea the whole time?
Yes.
Do you, or at some point, did you know the defendant, Miss Simon?
I met her at my job.
And what job was that?
At the job that I used to have, which was Bojangles.
Was she working there as well?
Yes.
And is that how you met her?
Yes.
Roughly, how long did y'all work together at the same Bojangles?
Probably around 3 or 4 months, if that.
And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Yep.
What nickname or nicknames do you have?
Missy.
Missy?
Missy.
Missy.
Exactly.
Anybody ever call you Misty with a T?
No.
Do you remember a time where an FBI agent came out to your house at Azalea to talk to you about when was the last time you had had contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember that FBI agent's name?
Yes.
What was his or her name?
Brad Snyder.
Okay. And where did y'all meet and talk?
He came to my house.
All right. Where at your house did y'all interact?
In my parking lot, in the driveway.
Okay. I want you to go back, kind of take yourself back mentally to the day of that conversation, the first conversation you had with Brad, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At that time, how long had it been, roughly, since you had seen the defendant, Miss Simon?
How long had it been since I talked to him the first time in my driveway or at my job, Bojangles at the time.
I mean, where was the first time that you talked?
The first time I met
Brad?
him, and I think Miss Lemons was at my job,
Okay.
Bojangles.
The first time that you talked to them, and thank you for clarifying. The first time that you talked to them, did they ask you how long it had been or when the last time had been that you saw the defendant?
I think so.
And at that time, about how long had it been since you had last seen her?
I'm guessing roughly around maybe a month or so. Roughly.
It had maybe been roughly a month.
Roughly, yeah.
Do you remember telling them it had been like July of 2022 that you last saw her?
Yes.
Okay. And were you telling them the truth at that time? Was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And that was closer in time than we are now, right?
Right.
Okay. What were the circumstances of your last contact with the defendant? First of all, was the time that you were telling them about then, is that the last time you ever had contact with her? I mean, in other words, have you had any contact with her since the police began talking to you?
No.
Okay. So then that was the last time you would have any contact with her?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances of that last contact with the defendant? Why did y'all have contact with each other?
Because she came to my house around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, asking if we had any money, me and my husband, for gas, because her vehicle stalled on that back road behind me. I can't remember the name of the road right now. And we didn't have any money, but I was going to go to my stepfather's and not my stepfather's, my father-in-law, and ask for one of his gas cans to see if he had gas in it, and if he didn't, if we could take it up to the Inmark to put gas in it.
And right now you're describing something that occurred in like July of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened with the gas can?
We got the gas can from our property manager's yard because we had called her to ask her instead. And she said, yes, there should be one right there in the yard, went and got it. And me, Leilani, and my husband walked up to Inmark to go get the gas.
And what happened to the gas can from that point?
Of course, when we got there, she said that someone was coming to get her, to take her back, to put gas in her vehicle that was on that road. So me and my husband, we left, okay? And I told her that I needed the gas can back.
Sometime after that, did you send her some text messages asking for the gas can back?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a response to those text messages?
I did not get a response at all until actually, no, I did not get a response at all.
Okay, so let me just ask you about that. Was that those text messages to the defendant asking to get the gas can back? Did you ever have any in-person contact with her after that?
No.
Okay, and again, this all happened in like July of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to approach with what I've marked as, well, let me ask you this. Did you show those text messages to Brad, the FBI agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he got a look at them?
Yes, he did.
And did they support what you were saying?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a Google Maps screenshot showing the route to get to your residence, the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly represent the route that you have to take to get to your place?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 35.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Parse. It is admitted without objection.
All right. Do you see that main road at the top there that I'm highlighting with the little arrow?
Mhm.
Is that Ogeechee Road?
You can say yes or no.
Oh,
The
yes.
court reporter's taking everything down.
Yes.
And that red arrow coming off of Ogeechee Road, does that reflect the turn that you make to get into Azalea?
Yes.
Okay, and is that right next to the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Now, the second arrow here, does this represent a right turn that you have to make to get to your house?
Yes, it does.
Do you live on a dead end?
Yes, I do.
Is that lower red arrow showing that right turn there, does that take you onto your dead end?
The lower red arrow? Yes.
This arrow here?
Mhm.
All right, so that's a right turn, takes you onto the dead end street that you live on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other way to get to your house by car?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Was there ever a time where she came and met up with you in the middle of the night to get Orajel from you?
No.
No? Saying that never happened?
I'm saying it never happened.
No further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning.
I want to walk up and look at that map, if you would. As I understand it, this is Ogeechee Road.
Right.
This is I guess that's a left turn. And the second arrow goes down there. Where is your residence in this area?
I am,
Do you mind showing me up there so everybody could see?
sure. I should be probably somewhere either this or up underneath these trees.
Okay, thank you. And is that a Chevron station that you mentioned?
Yes.
And that, for the record, is that looks like a big square to me.
Yes.
And you live in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about knowing Leilani Simon. Do you know Daniel Youngkin?
No, I do not.
Have you ever hung out with Leilani Simon socially?
No, I have not.
Now, it's now October 2024. And the events that are, important to hear are October 2022. How clearly do you remember what happened back in October 2022 in your life?
Clearly, as in, what do you mean?
Well, who you saw, where you went, dates and times and things like that.
I am not that good with dates and times,
I'm not either.
but events, certain events, just like anybody else, certain events stand out. Considering the fact that I had to send her text message after text message because the gas can was that of my property managers. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be something that I remember.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down and you are excused. Okay. Mr. Dean, is your other witness ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is going to be a longer witness. I would ask that we take our break now. If the court's okay with that.
Okay, as we discussed. This is going to be at the time that we take the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to ask you to comply with the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss it around you. Please don't do any research. Okay. The time now is
So they are on lunch break. We missed one short little snippet. I apologized. 1:45. So what time here? I thought they already went on lunch break. I'm so confused. I had a phone call I have to return. I came back because I heard that. I have to go return this phone call. My husband had to get up. The baby's here. My children are pissing me off today. The adult children. But anyways, we're going to let that go. I will speak to them later. I'm going to go put on what I had on before, and I'm going to go talk to my husband, make my phone call back. Let's start this from the beginning. It's 21 minutes long, and I'll be back before this ends. I promise.
The YouTubers are like, we're gonna go searching woods and all this. Maybe they did, made a video. I know this area. Yeah, I know. They did they? They was too busy getting gifts on the side of the road all day and stuff delivered and just bragging away. I'm not lying. They didn't come back. They came back for 5 seconds because they were watching my live and they thought some shit was about to go down. He didn't show up. I think Betty come back for like 5 or 10 minutes. She didn't speak to me. I don't know what her deal is with me. I fucking speak. Excuse me. I speak to her, and I tell her stuff that I know, and she'll put it on her live. And I don't care. Like I tell her why she's on live, and she and even other people know this. She don't. I don't know what she has against me. I don't. I have this issue with women, and I don't freaking know why. We didn't go searching for him. First, they said they were going to go search bodies and waters. Then, not 2 minutes later, I heard a YouTuber say, I think I'm going to lay out by the pool, put my bathing suit on. I don't want to see that, but I didn't say that. But I'm like, which is it? Are you going to search bodies of water, or are you going to go lay out at the pool? Because you just told your YouTubers that you were going to go search for Quinton. But they didn't search. I promise you they didn't search. Say, the YouTubers are making it all freaking drama. And putting it on us. I promise you. They get the drama going, and then they film it. You know what I'm saying? And then they make it look how they want to look. Exactly. I mean, if you're going to come to our town for this baby and asking all day long, they're just asking for stuff. I sit there and watch it myself. I'm standing right there. And I understand it costs money, but if you can't afford to be here, then don't be here. Do it from home. cover it from home. I mean, because I live right up the road and I can't afford to be doing this either. So I'm kind of sounding biased. But I didn't leave my hometown either. But they have plenty of money. I mean, I'm literally losing. I mean, Bullhorn Betty even, I think she said something about, I'm sorry, and it is a lot of work. Having a YouTube channel is a lot of work, and it's a job, and I understand and want money. But to take people's money who have less money than them is what I don't like. I understand it does cost money to do this, but like I said, when you're taking money from people that are less fortunate than you, that's when I have an issue with it. Like a lot of money, like hundreds of dollars, like $5 for a comment and stuff like what? Are you effing me right now? Well, y'all can comment on my page for free, okay? Y'all can like for free. You can try to subscribe, but I don't think I have a subscribe button, but
Because immediately after court today, I might have to cut it short today, guys. You guys might have to go watch it somewhere else. I'm gonna have to let my husband sleep. We paid my daughter $30 to take the baby. She couldn't get the car seat in the car. She couldn't get the baby in the car seat. She's 19. My God, I hope she never has fucking kids. I hope that child never has children. She doesn't want any. And I'm very happy about that. She loves the babies when they're here. Hold on, something's playing. The courtroom put music on. She plays with them. She's good with them when she's here. But that child is not prepared. She's 19, not a child, to have children. She has made this car seat thing a problem for like an hour and a half now. Girls are rough. They're bitchy. So my husband's up. He has the baby. I had a doctor's call come in. So I'm trying to talk to the doctor. She's complaining about, this is real life here. You're getting a real fucking thing. Okay? I'm so glad she's on birth control. I'm so glad she doesn't want children at this moment. I hope she finishes her college career because she is definitely not prepared. That was a whole display of fuckery from a now adult. Sorry, I'm angry at her at the moment. One fucking day. I paid her. I need a cigarette. I need to smoke. My poor husband got to work tonight. He works the night turn. That's what I mean about these. What was we talking about when we were doing the Quinton reviews before the trial? These people in this generational... I know, Lorianne. I know. I'll breathe. I'll calm down. And we'll talk when she gets back. Like I've had it. She couldn't get the damn car seat in the car. She couldn't, like, I'm running out the door trying to talk on the phone, handle the live. I don't know. I missed half the fucking break or whatever. She don't need kids. I'm glad she doesn't want any. Let's hope it stays that way. Anyways, how's your afternoon? What do you think of Mary? Was she talking about Betty because I missed it? I had to call the doctor. They're calling a prescription in to my pharmacy that I was out of. It's my Bumex, and it's important. So the doctor called me, and I couldn't just say, hey, I'm live. You know what I mean? I had to talk to the doctor. So then they called the pharmacy. There was a problem with the date, or I don't freaking know. Water pills. I hate them fucking things too. I should just go on a whole rant today. They're rough, dude. I think they're harder than boys, but except for my oldest boy is rough too. Like, even still, as adults, they're babies. Let's pray. I think it's just because, to be honest with you, it's the generation. It has to be. They want everything done for them, handed to them, given to them. Mary is way out there. She's something. She is. I think she's hysterical, to be honest with you, but she's an idiot. Just like Prayer Garden. I think I am going to cut short today. I'm going to go let my husband sleep. He's been helping me all week. I can come back tonight. I promise you. And we can go over the second half after the lunch break. I'm glad we got to finish Danny together. I apologize for today. Shit happens. Let's pray it won't happen again, because Mama's going to blow a gasket when the littles ain't around later. To the biggins. Yeah. They're just, my kids are spoiled. Hey, Backwoods. Your daughter's the same stinking way. Like, you should see this. It was a whole fit outside, like a full-grown tantrum from a 19-year-old because she couldn't get the car seat in the car. Like, dude, you're going to come in, ask for help. All my neighbors are out, probably. She won't be babysitting no more, and she won't be getting paid for a while. She'll be mad. No, she won't. She wants to do her thing. That's what it is. The whole family's pissed off at baby mama and brother right now. And everybody feels like they're picking up the slack, and they are, and it's pathetic. I'm about to pull Billy Joe and give them all a fucking eviction notice. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. But we're going to figure this out. It's just a new way of living. We'll get there, right? Oh, you laugh a lot. Laughter's good. How would you get through life without laughter? You know? Mary's another one of the tragedy pimps running bear. I've been showing her for the past few days. Oh, yeah. Definitely September. Girls are something. We'll go over Mary again tonight if you don't want to go over the rest of the trial. You guys are all watching it elsewhere. It's everywhere. Go give one of the tragedy pimp channels hell. But I am going to end early today. We finished Danny. We got through the other one. I'm going to be listening, though. I won't miss anything. But I'm going to end this, and I'm going to let my husband go to sleep, and I'm going to go spend time with the cuddly little baby. That's what we're going to do today. I love you guys. Peace and love. I'll see you tonight. I promise. After he gets up, he will handle the kiddos for me. Everything will be quiet. It'll be dinner time. After dinner, I will be live. Probably about 6, 7. Okay? See you all later. Bye.